Good morning, guys. Good morning. I think we're live here. Welcome. Hope everybody had a good day yesterday. Thanks for joining definitely one of our most successful live streams of all time. So thank you to everybody who joined, contributed yesterday. Great stream, great momentum to start 2026 here. Former Squad live. Today's Wednesday, January 7th. Morning edition, coming off our longest, also one of our most watched, also one of our longest streams of all time. So thank you again to everybody. Got our scripted part out of the way here. Coffee's looking a little weak, which is okay. This is the first time I'm using I used a grinder with there's a grinder built into the coffee maker. First time I ever used it. Looks like I'm going to have to load it up with some more beans. Looks a little weak, but should do the job to get us here. Thanks for being here, guys. Hope everybody is having a good day so far. It's a really nice day out here. East Coast, Pennsylvania. Feels like spring. January 7th, but I'll take it. I'll take it. It's been cold recently, so today sunny, warm. Eagles game on Sunday is going to be warm and rainy apparently. Might favor San Fran a little bit, I don't know. Kind of almost San Fran like conditions expected here in Philadelphia on Sunday. I believe that game's on Sunday. Maybe it's Saturday actually. Might be one of the Saturday games. I should know that. Especially that's what we're doing all week. We're previewing these NFL playoff games. So, hope everybody's having a good day so far. Get started here in a minute. Still got to finish that Deacon Jones video. We will get that done. Continue the momentum that we have. Thanks to everybody who subscribes. We are at our highest point on subscribers as well. Gonna keep streaming live every day here. Get the Wordle done, get our brain warmed up a little bit. John Harbaugh was fired, let go by the Ravens yesterday. He had been there forever. 12th most wins all time as a coach. They won the blackout Super Bowl, the Harbowl, the OG official Harbowl, Super Bowl 49, I believe. About 11 years ago. So that's why he got let go, I guess. They didn't have that much success in the last several years, especially with Lamar Jackson. I saw that they only have 3 playoff wins together. Didn't make the playoffs this year, so I guess, when it's almost similar to the Andy Reid situation. Now, I think Andy Reid is a superior coach to Harbaugh. Both Harbaughs, but John Harbaugh, who was an Andy Reid assistant coach back in the day. But anyway, I do think it's kind of similar situation to Andy when he left the Eagles. It's like had great success there, but the NFL is very much a what have you done for me lately kind of league. So hadn't won many playoff games recently. Miss the playoffs this year. So the Ravens organization decided what's good, JJ? How's your day going so far? Ravens organization decided to move on from John Harbaugh. We'll see who ends up there. He will almost certainly get a head coaching job. Will be interesting to see where he ends up going. If he wants one. I would expect him to almost certainly get a head coaching job. Also opens up maybe arguably the best head coaching the story. I'm talking some NFL football news. JJ, a longtime head coach, was dismissed yesterday. discussing the implications and reasonings behind it. Also trying to get this Wordle done here, so if you have any suggestions, the second to last letter is an A. Tonal. I think that's a good guess. So, wasn't that great of a guess. Attacking our coffee today, guys. Little weak, but got the full pot. Also watched the Flyers game last night. Not all of it, but I did tune in for the end. It was a high energy game. Good morning, Dan. Perfect timing discussing the big Flyers dub last night. High energy game. Didn't watch the whole game. Dan, did you tune in for any of that game? High energy. Cutter Gauthier. Dan, you mentioned that on the stream yesterday, that it was Cutter Gauthier's return to the Flyers game. My brain, I was just like, yep. My brain, I totally forgot about the whole Cutter Gauthier drafted by the Flyers. This is a player who was drafted by the Flyers, refused to play for the team, ended up trading him. But, Dan, I don't know. I was watching, the announcer said last night they ended up getting Zegras for him. Is that true? Like, if that's the case, then they did end up getting one of their best players for him. If that's true, I'm not as up to date on my hockey sitch, but it was cool. Like, the fans were really booing every single time Gauthier was on the ice, or especially had the puck. There was that lot of hits, fights, classic Broad Street Bullies game, Flyers dub. So that was fun to watch. Okay, that was Jamie Drysdale. All right, it opened the door to getting him. All right, yeah, like I said, the way they described it, it sounded like it wasn't, like you said, it wasn't like a direct trade, but led to the acquisition. Jamie Drysdale. All right. I wonder if it's like naval. Or it could be like, I don't know. Think about it. The Cutter trade definitely got the ball wrong because they wanted Zegras in the Cutter trade. Did they get Zegras from the Ducks organization as well? Good morning, Elena. JJ, we need your help guessing the word. You got any guesses? Let me know. We know. So Dan's probably already done this. We know the A is there and the N is somewhere in this word, but not the third letter. So you want to help? You want to throw out any words it could possibly be? You could help us out. Figured Dan had already done it. So that's the deal with Wordle, JJ, is like the A, if it's green, that means the letter is in the right spot. If it's yellow, it means the letter is in the word, but not in the right spot. And if it's grayed out, then the letter is not in the word. I don't know. Yesterday, somebody in the chat got it. Like I said, I don't even know if I would have gotten it without the help of the people of the chat. So, thank you. I might need some help. Try T. Goku. Ronaldo. Mr. Game 7. Justin Williams. That's a great nickname to have. Mr. Game 7. What's up, Goku Ronaldo? There's nothing to try there, bro. I do appreciate the suggestion, but there's nothing to try. Good morning, Clarks. How are you doing today? Mr. Game 7, Justin Williams. Did he do... Now, I don't want to sound like a hockey noob, but, like, did he do his best Game 7s with LA Kings? Yikes, maybe. Goku Ronaldo, the conversation we've been having all week is the debate between who's a more impactful sports star, Michael Jordan or your boy Cristiano Ronaldo. I've been trying to convince people that Michael Jordan was more impactful of a sports star, but it seems like the main narrative these days is that Cristiano is more impactful. So if you can explain to me how he's more impactful, I've yet to really grasp that. Like, I'm wondering if it ends EAN. Ocean? No, it can't be ocean. Can't be clean. Nine Game 7s, 8-1, 15 points. Well, Michael Jordan played basketball, but hey, it's all good. Michael Jordan was a basketball player, not a baseball player. If he's the GOAT, I mean, that then he would actually be the GOAT. If he did it in baseball too. Instead, he had just a brief minor league stint. I don't know. He was technically a baseball player. Was he the GOAT of baseball? I don't know. I think it's naval. No, it can't be naval. There's no L. What am I talking about? What up, Rod Todd? You must have changed your handle because are you the Dodgers fan? Out there in LA? LeBron is definitely we talked about this a lot yesterday. LeBron being the statistical GOAT. There's no doubt that LeBron James is the statistical. That's not me, Rod. You must have me confused with somebody else. That's not me. T-Law, not quite the GOAT just yet. He's got quite a lot of work to do, but hopefully it starts on Sunday. Got to get up to date on when these games are actually held. I know the Monday night game is Steelers Texans. And I know the first game is the Panthers the Rams. It's all good, Rod Todd. It's all good. Hope you've been doing well. Either way. Fourth grade for me was about 23 or 4 years ago. That was B-Wall, Todd. Yeah, B-Wall should be here momentarily. And he might remember more of that story. What question, Jai J? Yeah, T-Law, again, all in on the Jag. I'm hearing a lot of people are kind of saying what we're saying these days, guys, is that Josh Allen, Josh Allen is a great quarterback. One of the best in football right now. Could definitely go and ball out. But I was watching ESPN yesterday, and several of the analysts were saying look out for the Jags. The Jags are a better team overall. Josh Allen, yeah, you might think this is his best shot to win the Super Bowl, but I don't know how good their team is. We'll see. We'll see, but I like the Jags to win in the wild card round. Clash? It can't be Clash. It can't be Clash, JJ, but I appreciate the suggestion. ESPN, yeah, ESPN. They've been coming around on the Jags train though. They have been. Appreciate it, guys. It's if the Jags beat the Bills, then the train's going to be like long gone at the station. It's like one of those trains that was like, I don't know, it's waiting at the station for a long, long time. What's good, Huck? Train's been waiting at the station for a long time, and then it's like, we're leaving. You mean like I don't in like video games? I don't really do it. Began. What a guess, Elena. What a great guess. Thank you. Needed that. Vegan? No, it can't be vegan. But you basically got the word, Elena. Good job. Nice day out here today, guys. I hope everybody's having a good day so far. Feels like I said earlier, it feels like springtime up here. Ice is melting. Early January. We'll see what happens. I don't know. A lot of these outdoor northern football teams are pecan, James Little. I think you might be right. Some pecan pie. It's a good guess. Did we get it? Yeah, we got it. Great guess, James Little. All right. I might have to let my cat outside. He's welcome from Dubai, Mafia. How's it going there today? Really, AD? Appreciate the invite? We'd have to go to a game featuring Cristiano Ronaldo, though. If I'm going to be in Saudi Arabia. Appreciate the invite, man. Welcome from Germany. How's everybody doing today? Vladimir, what's good? Welcome back, man. How's your day going so far? Give the connections a shot, maybe, too. What's good, guys? Hope everybody's having a good day so far. Peach Daisy, I am from Pennsylvania, United States. Welcome. Welcome from Germany. What part of Germany are you from? Vlad, welcome back, man. Good to have you here. What are our favorite Bundesliga teams? Also, we might have to look at the Bundesliga table. How's that season developing? So, hope everybody's having a great day so far. Week, year, month, all that stuff. January 7th. Bayern fans, let's go. Bayern Munich, I assume. Okay, very cool. Borussia Dortmund fans up in here. You guys excited to watch the World Cup? Does Germany have a chance in the World Cup this year? This game, JJ, is called Connections. So there are four different groups of four. And we have to select which four go together. Daisy's coming from Niedersachsen. Niedersachsen. I might not pronounce that right. Cologne. I don't know much. I don't know anything about Niedersachsen. I know Cologne is beautiful. That's what I've heard. I've never been there. We were talking yesterday how I'd like to spend more time in Germany in the future. So, guys, if you see any groups of four up in here, you can shout them out. Shout out the groups of four you see, which you think might go together. So we'll keep talking about. We'll definitely finish making a video today, guys. Concern, interest, stake, share. Elena says. Well, definitely those might go together, JJ, but we need groups of four. So we're gonna try that group of four that Elena just shared. Thanks for being here today, guys. Concern, stake, share, interest. I guess what's that, like defining ownership or something like that? Portion. Okay, portion is partially ownership, I guess you could say. And we've got. So that was a group of four that we got. So clone and mirror definitely might go together. Double would also go in that one. Possibly ringer, but I don't know. Clone, mirror, double. Cross. Clone, mirror, double, cross. That's what you guys think? No. It wasn't. Did it say one away, though? I don't know. I missed it. I'm thinking it's ringer. It did not say one away? Well, wine and cider have to go together, don't they? Or no? Maybe not. Oh, Anybody up on their vampire history? Like garlic. Vampires don't like garlic, and vampires don't like crosses. Things that could stop a vampire. Would that be one? Can vampires look in the mirror? Anybody know up on their vampire history, knowledge, lore? That's what I'm saying. Mirror. I would think maybe if a vampire is one of the monsters that man can become. There is a vampire museum close to me. I've never been. I don't know. Vlad, do you know? Are vampires real? That can be our first. Are vampires real, guys? If is that something that, am I even right to be going on that connection train? I don't know. Okay, well, it's actually, I don't know, guys. Two votes for no so far. I need some help here, guys. Wonder what time B-Ball's going to enter the chat. Thanks for being here today, guys. We're going to try to finish this connections. We're definitely gonna release a video that we finish making here live on stream. What's up, JJ? What's going on? Right now it is 10:15 in the morning, Vladimir. 10:15 in the morning. Star, stripe, crescent, cross. What is the connection there, Elena? What is the connection between those words? Right now, guys, coming at you live from Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, United States. Oh, great, Elena. Star, stripe, things on a flag. The shape of cross and star. Cross, star, what do you say? Stripe and crescent? Common flag symbols. And you got the connection. And you got the connection category, Elena. So that was great. Just two more, guys. Can vampires wear trousers? 3 votes. Wow. Not a lot of people believing in vampires out there. So I guess it's not a vampire thing. If cross is out, garlic's still in. We've still got clone, double, and mirror up in here. It might be ringer. I'm going to try this. Yeah, doppelganger. We were talking about doppelgangers yesterday. Yeah. It did say one. It must have said one away, Elena. It must have said one away. So we got it, guys. Doppelganger means something that looks just like the other. Now, trousers, garlic, wine, and cider. I don't know what that is. Pressed using a press. Okay. That's a good, interesting. I would think like cider and cider and wine. A little redundant there on that category, but we did get it, guys. So thank you for joining me, helping us make that finish that connections. Would not have been possible. What's good, Beaumont? Duplicate. The poll question is up there because I thought that was one of the connections, things that could stop a vampire. But it turns out that's what they were trying to get me to think of. The game developer. What's up, Beaumont? What's good, Jams, Sultani? Welcome, guys. Hope you guys are having a good day so far. We are through our warm-up section. Still getting our scripted part out of the way, but definitely through the warm-up. Sunlight, I guess across, garlic. JJ, we got it. Definitely going to start making finish making our Deacon Jones video here today, guys, at some point. We have been making videos, putting them live on YouTube. So we'll get back to doing that. Celebration time. I know, guys. I got to have some sound effects up in here. I talk about things must-haves by the end of 2026. January 2026. Soundboards so we can hit the sellies when we finish Wordles and connections and all that good stuff. Finish videos. Beaumont, is that? Are we scared? Are we scary? Those are pretty much the only two games we've been doing to warm up with. I think it's good. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. So, guys, go check out our YouTube channel at some point. Check out the videos that we make. We try to make all of our videos live on stream. So, we'll get back to doing that here shortly. We were talking earlier about John Harbaugh being let go from the Baltimore Ravens, out as coach after they missed the playoffs again. No way, Dan. No way. The Devils lost 9-0 last night. Talking NHL. Devils started the year 8-1, but they had a 9. Who's that? Well, welcome, Sardor from Uzbekistan. Love to hear that you're coming at us live from Uzbekistan. Tell us a little bit about what it's like out there today. Who do you mean, Dan? Who do you mean would be an idiot to go to NY? JJ, well, thanks. That's a good one, Kofty. Kofty, you got a chuckle out of me. That was funny. Harbaugh, he'd be a good. I almost think Cleveland. Kofty's coming in hot. Kofty. What's good, Hansley? Yeah, I mean, I got a chuckle out of at least me, maybe more, probably more than just me. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking possibly Cleveland. We'll have to see what J.K. thinks. We'll have to see J.K. what J.K. has to say about where he thinks Harbaugh will wind up. What's Timor? Kofty, keep them firing, dude. Keep firing. That was it. That was one and done. Timor. What's the question, JJ? Opening at a good org. Are there any? So you would say that the Giants are not a good org at the moment? I think that the results would speak for that. Unfortunately, our boy Jackson Dart is probably not going to win Rookie of the Year. Oh, okay, got you, JJ. Oh, let's go, Vlad. I hope they back us up, man. I really do. I really do. Well, that's the cool thing is like you never know what's going to happen. I'm hearing a lot of people picking the Eagles though, which is kind of making me a little concerned. Let's get a little more creative here, guys. If we fire shots, if you choose to fire shots, because that is your choice, let's get a little creative with them. What's good, guys? Let's try to take as creative a shot. Well, okay, that's a good point. Well, Dan, I did see something. That's a good point. I did see something yesterday, like a news article. Is like Harbaugh Harbaugh's agent said that they received calls from 7 organizations about the head coaching position immediately, and like there are currently 7 head coaching jobs, including the Baltimore Ravens, available. So it's like either like either the Ravens called him, which they totally didn't, or he got a call from like a team with a head coach currently, possibly Pittsburgh, like you said. See, so you wouldn't go to Cincinnati just because of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and some of the talent they have. You think the fact that it's such a disastrous organization would, like, because I don't know. I used to, if I'm a head coach, if I'm in Harbaugh's position and Cincy calls, I would say yes. I mean, Joe Burrow, I think I've got high opinions of what Joe Burrow can do. I was not in the mall yesterday, Rico. If that might have been the guy that had the trampoline incident, like back in the day with our other guy, but no, that was not me. That was not me. I don't know what you're talking about, Ravshan, but welcome. I've never heard of any of those words. Yeah, I guess you're right. I think if Green Bay, there might be a ton. This might set the record. No, I'm not a vampire. Guys, we're vampires being real is making a comeback. It was down big early, but now now it's making a major comeback. Thank you, Burger. Thank you, Burger. Nick Ergs, what's good, Nick? Texans good. Texans are good, Vlad. So Vlad, here's a good. Anytime somebody asks you about the Texans, you can say the Texans have the best defense in the NFL. They definitely have. They have one of the best defenses. What do you mean mixology of a vamp? Are you trying to become a vampire, Soren Army? Because I would not be trying to become a vampire like Nick Berger says. I'm not trying to become a vampire. I just asked if they were real or not. JJ, it's a good question. The benefit is I don't know, I can't speak on that. I would just say there are great benefits to figuring out who you are as a person. Truly, not what others want from you or ask of you. Vlad, I think that the Texans are good. You can say they have the best defense in football. And hopefully they win this week. So right now, Vlad, we're in the playoffs, right? So every team, if they lose, they're out. I don't know where the vampire legend came from, Soren. We could do some research into that, maybe. I think from my interpretation of it is like vampire is like man could become a vampire, right? Maybe not in like the fantastical, mystical ways that it's described in the stories, but like from your town, Vlad the Impaler, in Romania. I think Vladimir's right, from Romania. We were talking about places I want to go yesterday. Anybody share any places they want to go? I was saying Bulgaria yesterday. I was from your town, Soren. Where is your town? What town is that? So thanks for being here today, guys. I'm a little just, got listening to what people are saying. Dan, I followed Bulgaria on Instagram, and they've got their Instagram account is amazing. Sighi Sora? It's a good thing to look into. Thanks for salutes. Good thing to look into. Sighi Soara, Romania, Transylvania. Yeah. Talk about places. So that's kind of like why, I don't know, call me crazy, guys. I'm from Pennsylvania. I've always felt a kinship to Transylvania, if in name alone, but the term Sylvania Sylvania means place of forests. So very down to, that's where I feel at home. So that's why I don't know, feel kinship to Transylvania. Guys, we're close. I don't know. It's a close poll. We've had some close polls the last few days here, guys. Interesting, Vladimir. Well, that's very cool. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, so we've been talking about the NFL playoffs. We're going to continue talking about that stuff. I've been hearing a lot of people. Wow, did the Packers? Jeez. This is interesting. Vladimir, all of them? All of them? I don't know. We were talking about this yesterday. I would really love to go to like so many of them. Make a trip. Interesting in the Bears 49ers game. I feel like when we first looked at that game that the Packers were favorites, and then it switched to the Bears, and then now it looks like it's Prague. What's up, Klein? Hey, Rakesh, how are you doing? Welcome. Kleiny, Smurf, the Romania, definitely Romania. Definitely Romania. I would love to go there for sure. Absolutely. RP, how's it going, Richard? How are you doing today? Prague looks so cool. I would love to go there. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's more of a list of places, like, and I wouldn't do that. List of places I wouldn't want to go. I wouldn't do that, but. So thanks for being here today, guys. Thanks for wishing me a happy new year. I wish you guys the same. It's, I guess, the final day, the first week of the new year, January 7th. Just continue to attack the year with that same energy. Like every day is fresh. Every day is a new day. Every day is a chance. What's good, Rashid? That exactly. Dan put it well. It's like I'd say there are not a lot of places I wouldn't want to go in Europe. I know that, Rashid. Or the world, really. Yo, you're back, bro. Welcome. Zot Night. Appreciate it, man. Where are you coming from today? Guys, we'll get anyway. I was looking at it looks like the Packers are favored again. That game has gone back and forth. When we first looked at it, I swear it went Packers. It's ping ponging. I swear it went Packers, Bears, then back to the Packers. But so Packers, I could see if the Packers lose that game, I could see them firing Matt LaFleur. And Matt LaFleur would also be like Harbaugh, like Jim Harbaugh, and be one of those guys that gets a head coaching job immediately. I would suspect. We should definitely want to get into playing more racket sports again, Dan. I've been hearing nothing but benefits from playing racket sports. What's up, Aaron? Welcome back, man. I did not see Marty Supreme. Did you see Marty Supreme? Anybody in the chat see Marty Supreme? I didn't see it. I'm not saying I'm rushing out to go see it or anything. I heard it was decent. It's made by the same guy who made Uncut Gems, or one of them. There seems to be a lot of maybe a cult following. Don't look. I'm going to quote Satchel Paige to you, Rashid. Don't look back. There might be somebody gaining on you. So we're looking forward here, guys. Doing our best. And no, it's definitely hard. I recommend it for everybody. I played football, Vladimir. Not a whole lot, but definitely played football growing up. Played all sports growing up. That's kind of why I identify with sports. Definitely come from a sports media type of place where people talk about sports all the time. Rashid, we've been having this conversation I agree, Aaron. It didn't look good to me. It looked like your typical Hollywood Garbaggio, I would say. So I have no desire to see it. I have more desire to play ping pong than see Marty Supreme. I guess it reminded me of ping pong. Not going to look back, Rashid. It's definitely a hard sport to play, Vladimir. You're right. It's a hard sport to play. It's a lot. There are a lot of injuries, and it's dangerous for your head too. Absolutely, Dan. We're on the same page. No, I get what you're saying, Vladimir, but still, like, football being a contact sport, American football, I mean, when I say football, unless I'm already talking about European football, main real football, whatever you want to call it. His Bob Dylan movie didn't look good either. I agree. It just looks like your typical Hollywood garbaggio that they like put up, make all shiny and like. I mean, hey, we've been doing the same thing. We've been making movie trailers here too, guys. Watch out, Hollywood. We've been making movie trailers as well, but they're really about NFL legends for the most part. And there's no movie behind it yet, but there will be eventually. I really want to get back into squash. Elena, I didn't know you played squash. I didn't see the Bob Dylan movie, Aaron. I don't think that's happening, Rashid. I don't think that's happening. Although you never know. I don't know. I don't know if the Packers. I would think that the Ravens would jump on trying to get Matt LaFleur. I would think the Ravens might wait to see if the Packers elect me. Is squash a team game or is it a 1v1 thing? And what's the difference between squash? Call you Sod? Okay, I'll call you Sod. NP, got you. Moving forward, we're going by Sod. I got you. Never played squash or racquetball, actually, guys. And you guys know me. I'm half decent at tennis. Not tooting my own. I'm just decent, half decent. But I would think I would be pretty solid at squash or racquetball but have never played. Welcome from Pakistan. All right, Saad, we were having the conversation yesterday. Who's the GOAT? Is Don Bradman the GOAT? Is your boy, or is it somebody else? I think you wouldn't say, I bet you wouldn't say that it's Tendulkar or whatever his name is. Vampires, I did not, when I dropped that poll, guys, I did not expect it to be super close. But it's interesting how close it is. Yeah, I haven't really been watching all too many movies, these modern movies these days. Like when I see Marty Supreme trailers and stuff and the hype train that's going out there, I think like what Dan's saying. They're trying to get us to watch this stuff for whatever reason. Squash is so much fun. Just the ball in the racket. Or Caitlin Clark? It's Caitlin Clark, I assume you mean? I'm okay with that. I've never gotten that one before. But, hey, if I could... Yes, it is possible, Vladimir. That's a great question. It is possible for an NFL game to have no touchdowns. And they can end in ties during the regular season. I am not Zero Earth. They can end in ties. There are also field goals. So you don't have to... There are other ways to score other than a touchdown. I'm a fan of Justin Bieber. I like some of Justin Bieber's music. I'm okay with the Hollywood pop music just because it's more like digestible as mind control versus sitting down for a whole movie to be mind controlled. Like, no, thank you. I prefer the short form version of it. Maybe it makes sense why we're making all these shorts and stuff. Film industry definitely needs the juice. That's why they're like, I was looking at graphs of like was looking at a graph of like movie attendance. Like movie attendance is way down since COVID. And it's like bounced back a little bit, but it's like nowhere near what it was before. And it's gonna keep going down. I mean, it is honestly like, I don't know if it's sad. I don't think it's sad. I really don't. It's just gonna like people like a bunch of the movie theaters that haven't closed already. There are gonna be just like a few movie theaters out there, not as many as there were. Yeah, so that's okay. So Vladimir, like that's the thing with the NFL and football. Agree, Dan? They got to change it all up. That's the thing with the NFL and football, Vladimir, is they are very aware of the fan experience. And so much so that like I'm not if we're talking pure competition, European football might do like in terms of pure like team versus team, who's the better team? That might be closer to like true competition than the NFL, which might lean a little more sports entertainment, possibly. But the NFL is aware of the fan experience, Vlad, and they want they want the fans to have a fun game, and they've been doing a great job at it recently. That's cool, Dan. I've never seen Dirty Dancing. Never seen the new one or the old one. Patrick Swayze, maybe. That's cool that the band was there though, and it's like they're gonna have to do stuff like that. Started and stopped and faded in. That's definitely talented, guys. Wow, that's talented. Do that live with the movie. I haven't heard anybody pick the 49ers, which is making me never see it. Never see it after it. That's funny, Dad. It was that. So it was a cool experience. Combining art forms, as Clark's points out. Very cool. Yeah, guys, I'm just in terms of the Eagles game, little concerned that I haven't heard a single person pick the 49ers. I am in the Philadelphia media bubble for sure. Maybe if I were listening to San Fran Sports Talk Radio, I would have heard it. How big was the band, Dan? Aaron, why are you rooting for Aston Villa? Haven't heard anybody pick the Eagles. Everybody's obviously picking the Rams. I'm starting to hear more and more people pick the Jags, we've said. So you're from Birmingham? Okay, very cool, Aaron. Birmingham? We were looking at Jack Grealish's goal against Birmingham City yesterday from 6 years ago. Interesting, Vladimir. have you ever played yourself? Like, what's up, Marco? Fabian? Oh, dude. I think yeah, Dan. Okay, I have now that you mentioned that, I have seen like videos on Instagram and stuff of like people watching the movies, but with like the live bands also playing. Very cool, Vladimir. I recommend it. It's definitely a good. It's definitely fun to play, fun to watch, and fun to play. Do you have favorite sports that you play already? I was looking up the Premier League table. Oh, Aston Villa's up there. They got a shot. Looks like, I guess, I mean, I'm going by point differential. Looks like it'll be either Arsenal or Man City, though. The Vampires question, Fabian, came from looking at the New York Times Connections game that we were doing this morning. And I thought one of the groups of connections was. I don't know what that is. I thought one of the connections groups was things that could stop a vampire, but it wasn't. But anyway, it got me thinking about vampires. So I said, so it's looking like leaning no at the moment. 26 votes though, guys. Thanks for all the votes. That's awesome. I don't know. Very cool, Vladimir. Flat. Newcastle's playing today, Dan. There are a bunch of games today. Why are there so many games today? Appreciate it, Vladimir. You have a great day, man. Or great. Yeah, I think it's still day over there. Vecta, what's good? We're talking about sports of various kinds. Also vampires, like whatever we're talking about at the moment. We were talking. Aaron was hoping that Aston Villa was gonna. It looks like, yeah, Dan. I just looked at the slate. I looked at the Premier League slate. Like literally, like I don't know if might not be every team, but I guess no. Man U's playing. Man City. Like it's a whole bunch. It's like at least more than half the table. NASCAR. I don't know much about NASCAR. Arsenal has a point to prove every match until May. It's still the transfer window, isn't it? Any transfer rumors out there that we know of? For the minute, for right now, Vector, that's just because we got a lot of international people. I myself am just trying to educate myself as well. Mainly, we talk about European soccer. Vector, you have a favorite sport? I mean, would you prefer? We also talking about the playoffs, NFL playoffs. You got a football team, American football team you like? It is cool they play so many games. That's what again, there are many things that are so cool about European football, soccer, that like the fact they play so many like they have so many games and also in different competitions. It's like so that their squad might look different in like in a tournament match or something versus a big game against their rival. I think that's cool. F1 and IndyCar. Where are you coming at us from live, Vecta? Where are you coming from? I'm hoping for our boy Vladimir that the Texans win. Who is UFC GOAT? You tell me, Aaron. You might know. You would know just as well as I would. If I were, I don't. John Jones. I'm not so into the UFC. What's good, Fish? World Cup? That's a good question. USA? Nah, no way. I don't know. People, what's up, SG? 10 p.m. over there in India? Well, hope you're having a good evening. Spain? I like that, Sevg. I think Spain is a good call. I haven't heard too many people say Spain. Mighty Mouse Johnson that's a great one. I agree with that. Portugal, Saad says Portugal. We've had a lot of people up in here in the chat saying Portugal. A couple people yesterday saying Portugal's going to win. I do think they make a run. Do they win? What about Brazil? I haven't heard anybody say Brazil or Argentina. Okay, GSP Mighty could be John Jones. I would add those to the list. That's a very good Mount Rushmore. Henry Cejudo. Are you okay with Fish's Mount Rushmore of MMA? The World Cup is this year, 2026, happening in North America. United States, Mexico, and Canada. I'm not exactly sure I don't know where the final's going to be. Does anybody know where the final's going to be? I can look it up. Argentina rigged. Are you saying like what that when they won last time it was rigged? Jersey fine. Dan, I figured that. I was thinking it might be. We can at least tailgate that, bro. That would be fun. You know, possibly. We'll see. SG, we can ask him that. We're not. If you notice, I haven't really been pushing the whole Tom Brady stuff. I mean, I think Tom Brady's the GOAT in terms of football quarterbacks. I think Tom Brady's the GOAT in terms of football quarterbacks. But I don't think... I recognize that people in India don't know about him. I do that. Tom Brady and Messi, but Ronaldo's the GOAT. See, guys, I'm not trying to rage bait anybody. I do... On my list, I have Messi over Ronaldo. Sorry, Ronaldo. And I have Maradona up there. At least I'm going with the list. That's on my list. That's good, Dan. Interesting that's an interesting, fun fact. Thanks for sharing that. They won't be selling alcohol in the stadiums because and it's just like we can't. I think you're right. That's all good, SG. You right. I know nothing. I know nothing about a whole lot of stuff that I speak on, but it's not that I know nothing. It's just like this format makes, I have to keep speaking before like my brain fully formulates the thoughts and stuff. So no shade taken. Dan sharing the interesting fun fact that they won't be selling alcohol in stadiums because across the world they don't sell booze in soccer stadiums. It's a good point, and it is an interesting, like, important point, honestly. Like, the United States is... We were talking about safety of the United States versus safety of Europe yesterday. This is a good segue for that conversation. The United States historically does a tremendous job with crowd safety at public sporting events, especially compared to Europe and European football, which has had tragedies over the years. So I think that's just, it's just I think it's a good idea. You don't want a whole bunch of raucous international fans watching a game, drinking alcohol when they've never had been in that position before. I get it. I don't watch cricket as Fish, but we were talking yesterday about who's the GOAT. We were also comparing cricket to baseball, looking at the connections there. So they won't be selling They won't be selling alcohol at the games. That's interesting. Yeah, so that's what Vecta. Are you coming at us from Indonesia? What part of Indonesia? Yeah, that's what I'm like historically, yeah, like we think the United States has done a great job. No deed Indo. Very cool. Very cool. I've got some Indonesian friends. Jakarta. Very cool. I've got some Indonesian friends that have really encouraged me to go to Indonesia over the years. Haven't been yet, but one day. One day, but I won't be rooting for the away team. I won't go in there and root for the away team, that's for sure. Especially now you shared that, Vecta. Appreciate it, Romeo. Romeo, you still gotta tighten up those digs a little bit. Like that that didn't really flow super well. That dig. Too many negatives and stuff. Yeah, I definitely, people have recommended to go to Bali. I've heard that. I have heard that. I've heard that Bali's beautiful. I would like to go to Indonesia. I think Indonesian people are very cool. I love everybody. Sometimes people call me LGBTQ for it, I guess. Happens. As Romeo. What Didi. Can you tie some of these thoughts together? They're a little disjointed here. Appreciate everybody's comments, guys. Anybody with some bold takes on the NFL playoffs, World Cup, hockey, soccer, football, any baseball? We could start talking baseball, guys. Flyers with a big win yesterday over the Anaheim Ducks. Do they just call them the Ducks now, Dan? They don't call them the Mighty Ducks anymore? What happened to the Mighty Ducks? Maybe Disney owns that trademark or something? Hell yeah, MLB. Vecta's hyped. Vecta, you're a baseball fan? That's surprising to me. Interesting. I figured that, Dan. I'm like, Disney probably doesn't own them and doesn't let them use them. Gosh, they're so... I mean, hey, I'm on ESPN.com right now, but gosh, they can be... I don't even know. I don't even know the word to describe them. The year they lost their mighty, they won their first cup. Anaheim cheaped out because Disney was nearby. Facts. Speaking of the GOATs, LeBron says it's on him to bend game around Luka. Guys, that's kind of what started our YouTube channel. That was the impetus almost. We can go back to the rigged trade that got Luka Doncic to the Lakers. That's our first video. If you guys want to go check it out, I believe the draft is rigged, and that's the point. Actually, I guess it was the Mavericks winning the first pick after the Luka trade, alleging a possible quid pro quo between the NBA and the Dallas Mavericks. No evidence, but it's possible. I guess the evidence is is the public history hiding in plain sight. So we got a lot of Premier League games to look forward to today here, guys. That's cool. Nice little Wednesday motivation. Okay, so that's been a minute. That's been a minute, Vecta, since you were watching. That was 2016. 2016, that was a good year for the Cubs. They broke the curse. They hadn't won since it was 108 years. I think it was 1908. It was 2016 and they had not. That's why that was such a big deal. That was such a big deal for Cubs fans because they hadn't won for 100 years. Guys, I was listening to the radio yesterday. They were having an interesting conversation. I thought at least we could discuss it. Do you want your team winning a whole bunch of championships, like City of Champions? Or does the time in between championships make it so that the championships matter more? Like that Chicago World Series win meant a whole lot to the people of Chicago because they hadn't won a championship in baseball in over 100 years. Lifetimes. Multiple lifetimes almost. And then you had the dynasties like the Chiefs or the Patriots, like Eagles 2017 Super Bowl will always be number one because it was the first for the fans here. So I hope everybody's having a great day. Looking like people think vampires are not real. We might end that poll momentarily. Appreciate everybody being here. Dynasty's okay. A single team. Thanks for the comments, guys. Big City, agree, Dan. Big City with. Elena, we're going to finish making it here today at some point. It's not finished yet. Yeah, the Philly sports was I think it was 25 years? I guess from 83. Yeah. Yeah, 83 to 08, Dan. 25 years. I'm trying to think. I guess, what other major cities have gone through droughts like that? Definitely no, especially, I think it's such a big deal, too, in Philly because it's, so part of that East Coast media market frenzy, Like when was the last time a team from Phoenix won? I guess like the Diamondbacks maybe. Like the Suns haven't won. The Cardinals haven't won. I guess they did go to the Super Bowl, but they didn't win. But like Phoenix is a huge city, but like I don't think it's as big a deal out there in Phoenix that they haven't won a championship since 2001. That's 25 years. Right? Like Houston, when was the last time Houston won a championship? Was it the Rockets back to back? Like the Texans have never won. I guess the Astros, never mind. Suns made the NBA Finals a few times. That's about it. But like that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like they did make the NBA Finals. You're right, but they haven't won a championship since 2001. So that's 25 years. I guess what other major? I mean, Boston obviously has won a bunch. New York actually is silently, kind of quietly in a bit of a drought. The Mercuries, I'm talking Big Four. When I say champion, I mean, we can go out, yes, there are things beyond the big. I'm talking Big Four American sports, mainly Vecta here, which are football, American football, basketball, baseball, and hockey. But New York is kind of like quietly in a drought. They won. Like the Yankees haven't won since 2009. That's a long. The Giants won in 12, Dan, but that's a long time ago now. Yankees haven't won since 2009. Mets, obviously, hapless Mets. Haven't done anything. Knicks haven't won since the 70s. Appreciate the contributions, DeLorean 420. Have you been playing this Fortnite season? Do you play Fortnite and or have you been playing the Fortnite season? Are you a big Back to the Future fan? It's somewhat Back to the Future themed. I don't know. Knicks haven't won since the 70s, exactly. And that's a good point, Jeremy, because there's such a basketball Vecta. New York, obviously biggest city in the country. They have two football teams, the Jets and the Giants. So the Jets are also a football team. The NHL team, they've got multiple NHL teams too, is like the Rangers and the Islanders. I mean, these are different parts of New York. Flyers haven't won since the 70s. Yeah, I know. It's pretty bad. Because it's almost like it is interesting. I don't know if has anybody ever had this thought before. It's like, like I guess in the NHL, say whatever, there are 30 teams, or in most of these American sports, there are give or take 30 teams. And it's like, so you follow one of those 30 teams. If it were just straight fairness, you'd get a championship like one out of every 30 years. If they just like rotated them. If it were not. But like, so if you get more than that, you're grateful. If you get less than that, like, it's tough. But at the same time, like statistics wise, what's up, Robert? Caleb? Got one, bro? Appreciate it, though. You got a favorite team, Caleb? Anyway, it's like, you can see it happening, basically. It's like there's so many teams in these leagues, not everybody's going to win the championship. So, yeah, Jeremy, the Fortnite season this year is based on Back to the Future. So I don't know if you've played Fortnite, but there are DeLoreans all around the map. Arsenal, front-running Arsenal fan, or long-time Gunners fan? NY was killing it in hockey recently. I think they've done but Dan, anybody know when was the last time that the Rangers won the World Cup? Guys, 400 subscribers. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You coming at us live from London there, Calum? Let me know if Callum. Let me know if I'm 94. Arsenal forever. What's my team? I don't really have. I'm agnostic on the Premier League teams right now. I root for good games. Yeah, the Islanders were on fire, but it's like that's been. I think it was 80s. I think you're right, Dan. I think it was actually the 80s, and so as you said, the Rangers haven't won since '94. So you kind of you strip out the Yankees. I guess the Giants too. Anyway, the point is, New York is low key in a. New York is low key in I would you call it a mini drought? I don't want to speak on it too much and then get them a champion. You know, reverse mush them into a championship. Callum, you tell me who to root for. I like, when I like watching the good games. If I had a team, I don't know. If I had a team, maybe Barca. Panthers fan. Now, Jeremy DeLorean, when you said Panthers fan, were you referring to Florida Panthers or were you referring to the Carolina Panthers? Okay. Are you coming from at us down there? Agree they got a cool kit, Callum. We've been talking about European travels for us Americans, places to go. Barca's one of the places in Europe I've been. Spent a decent amount of time there. Charlotte originally. Okay. Makes sense being a Panthers fan there. What are your thoughts on Bryce Young as a quarterback? I guess we're going to see. This is the first big test, biggest game the Panthers have played in a while. And you're right. Nobody's given them a shot. So it's honestly kind of a good place to be, though, Everybody overlooking you. Yeah, we've been hyping up the World Cup here, Callum. We've been talking about it today. Talking about how we've been talking about it. We've been saying that Dan Chakowski shared that they're not selling alcohol at the stadiums. I hear that it's a hot ticket, Callum. I hear it's actually a really hot, expensive ticket. So I have no plans. There's like a lottery system apparently to get tickets. We'll see though, Callum. I would like to go for sure. No alcohol. I mean, it's just funny for us like American fans. It's like that is like such a part of watching sporting events is alcohol consumption. Definitely not obsessed with alcohol, Leroy. But welcome. How's your day going? Where are you coming from? A lot of comeback. I know the Jeremy, your Panthers. So, you a longtime Panthers fan? Do you remember their last Super Bowl appearance, led by Cam Newton? Or do you remember the Jake Delhomme Super Bowl that the Panthers went to 2003, 4 or something? Maybe 2003. Steve Smith. Let's go, Jeremy. Of course you remember that. I don't know how old anybody is, That's cool. Definitely make America better every day. Leroy, thanks for shouting that out. Football and booze gets crazy. look at some of the videos from Europe. I know that's kind of one of the things I was hyping up about America is like the safety of our sporting culture relative like it's cool. It's like we're both like sport obsessed as they are in your country, no doubt. Callum, probably the only other I would is the UK is one Callum. We could have this argument. Who's more into sports? Is it UK or US? And is there any other country that comes close to the two of them? Leroy, I highly doubt that, bro. Oh, a ton more. I'm not. I never. You say U.S. is definitely more into sports, Callum? I don't know. We've been getting a lot of UK people here, though. Maybe it's because you guys are lacking the sports talk. I don't know. Our chat is like 2026. We're rapidly becoming way more international than we've been, making me speak on topics I don't really know about, but it's all good. Vecta, I would say the NFL is super hype this season. Like, I talked about how the NFL is a blend of Leroy. That'd be interesting. I talked about how I don't know. Thanks for being here today, guys. Appreciate it. As Jeremy Lawrence says, I feel like a lot of teams could win this year. That's why the NFL is so hyped this year. Thank you, Jeremy, for getting me back on track, dude. We've talked about how the NFL might lean a little sports entertainment, and they've been doing a good job with the entertainment this year. Had a lot of stuff coming down to the wire. Coaching changes. We had like many games. That's called. Why do I have a lot? It's called my. It's come from furrowing my brow. Spent a lot of time outside over the years. The Triple H booked a good season. That's what I'm saying. It's like the shows are. They did. They booked a good season. They did a good job. It's funny you guys are saying that because it's like that's when I watched. It was interesting. Like I kind of had when I watched the end of the. I don't know if anybody watched the end of that Steelers-Ravens game, the last game on Sunday night. Like in the fourth quarter, after he missed the field goal, I just started like laughing. You know, I'm like they couldn't have scripted this any better, which just like makes it whole different levels of smells coming up in here. You know. I don't think so, Leroy. I've gotten a lot of doppelgangers before, but not that one. So I would think that is not the case. Triple H booked a good season. You got to pick, Jeremy. If unfortunately for your Panthers, the team that they're up against in the first round is like kind of the team I've picked to go to the Super Bowl. Now, I've said that if they play the Eagles in that game, it will be hard for me to pick against the Eagles. Coming at you live here from outside of Philadelphia, so I am an Eagles fan. So it's going to be hard for me to pick against the Eagles. At the same time, I haven't heard anybody pick against the Eagles in week 1, so I'm a little worried about that. Also haven't heard anybody say that your Panthers are going to win, Jeremy. So if you think they're going to win, let me know. That'd be bold. You're thinking Bills, Eagles. Interesting, Jeremy. I'm saying that the Bills are falling first round to the Jacksonville Jaguars, the team that nobody in the national media wants to talk about because they're from Jacksonville. I don't know. I think Josh Allen is great. We've talked about this. Josh Allen is great. I don't know how good the Bills team is. Also, like Sean McDermott is also almost in like a similar situation. Dan thinks it'll be the winner of the Jags Bills. That's actually a good point. Good chatting here, Vecta. Appreciate you stopping by, sharing your thoughts. You're always welcome. 2026 is going to be hype, guys. Love that energy. No one watches sports in 2026? Cap? That's just straight cap. Guar's Bills. Yeah, it is a rematch. I know, and that was definitely one of the that was when the Panthers beat the Rams. That was a major moment and it's kind of been forgotten about. It's like one that was how the Rams, it's like, oh, the Rams are human. They can lose to the Panthers. And now the Panthers at that time were, everybody thought, myself included, thought that the Bucs were going to the playoffs. I mean, it was a foregone conclusion that the Bucs were going to the playoffs. But Panthers pulled it out. No, I that's peace out, Vecta. Thanks for being here, man. I agree that the Panthers beat good. I mean, that's why they've had. I saw the graphic of the. I guess it was during the. I saw a graphic at some point about the Panthers, how up and down their season was. Like you said, they beat the Rams and the Packers, but lost to the Saints twice. Kit, what's good? You got something you want to get off your chest? This is a safe space. For sure. Will be interesting. I will watch the full game. I haven't seen a full Panthers game this season. I did watch a decent. I did watch a decent amount of the Panthers Bucks game. And that had me thinking, like, because the Bucks won that game, that had me thinking that it was going to be the Bucks in the playoffs. I'm thinking, like, NFL script wise, why would they? I was just thinking that the Saints were going to win that last game, because it's like, well, the Panthers lost. I don't know, when they could have clinched it up. So we'll see. What are your takes on Cam Newton, Jeremy? So I heard somebody recently saying that he was just a big quarterback that could run. I don't know. I always thought, I remember him winning the national championship at Auburn, and like I thought he was going to be so good, and he was. But I don't know. So I hope everybody's having a great day. Thanks for being here today, guys. Talking a lot of NFL playoff stuff. Talking all types of sports, international, U.S. National treasure and global icon deserves a statue at our stadium. I don't know. I sense a little sarcasm. It's usually hard for me to sense sarcasm. I might sense a little bit of sarcasm there. I do sense a little bit of sarcasm. What's good, alternate? You on your burner right now? The line, that's called my third eye, bro. Maybe we use our brain. That's how it's developed. Using your brain in the sun as well. Also being in the sun, not using sunglasses. Maybe that's how you get a third eye. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just, that's speculation. I don't know. But yes, you're right. There is a line between my forehead. Is it giant? I don't know. I wouldn't say it's giant. Panthers coach Dave Is it Dave Canales? I think so. Yeah. I don't know. It'd be interesting to watch. It'd be interesting to watch. Okay, so you're serious. You're for real. All right. So, okay, so there's no sarcasm there. Okay. Cool that you met Cam. He did have a 15-1 record. That's true. So you think he's the best You would put him above Steve Smith? Yeah. Um, you'd put him above Steve Smith in terms of, like, also who's on the Panthers Mount Rushmore? That'd be interesting. I would put Steve Smith on there. You guys, I think you guys just like looking at the line, maybe. Okay. Panthers Mount Rushmore. Julius Peppers, Cam Newton, Steve Smith, I don't know. Greg Olson? I don't know. Is that a decent Mount Rushmore for a non-Panthers fan? Anyway, guys, hope you guys are having a great day. It's beautiful out here in Pennsylvania. First, it's warmed up on this January 7th. No, Steve Smith is definitely, yeah. Steve, I would put those. I would put those three on there. Jeremy, I'm just curious as to who's the fourth. I said Greg Olson, but I'm totally cool with somebody else. Also got Barcelona playing today. Spanish Supercopa against Atletico Madrid, I assume. Where are you coming at us from? Hey, Leroy, thanks for the concern. Sam Mills. Okay, that's a good one. What do you think about the Panthers under owner David Tepper? How do you guys feel about Tepper? Could be Atletico Bilbao. Okay, good call, Dan. Let me check. It is Athletic Club Bilbao. You're right. Bilbao. How do you say that? You're right, Dan. You're right. Good call. Sam Mills. Okay. He's gotten, most fans hated him. He's been there for a little while now, I think. Yeah, that would be the shock of the weekend, guys. The shock of the weekend would be if Carolina wins. Sorry, Jeremy, it's just true. That would be the biggest shock. Okay, that's good. I mean, that's what you want. You know, you want an owner with deep pockets, but you want him to let the football guys do what they do. You know, you don't want an owner. You don't want an owner to be meddling in football affairs. That would be the shock of the weekend. Hey, crazier things have happened. I mean, would the NFL love it? I don't know. They might. Top of the morning, Juliet. How are you doing? Welcome. How's your day going so far? Thanks for being here today, guys. Talking a little NFL, little international sports. All different types of stuff. 40 votes. Panther Stadium is nice. Yeah, I've never. I don't even know that's a stadium I don't know the name of. Yikes! It's cool to have a Panthers fan. We love the representation though. Love the representation. Julius Peppers, I was gonna make a video at some point. Started making a video, the top multi-sport athletes. I know he didn't play professionally, but I was gonna put Julius Peppers on there. I remember Julius Peppers all the way. Sports shorts. That's a little. Maybe I'm a little too locked in today to do that. A little bit. See that you're a Cristiano Ronaldo fan. Do you think Portugal's going to win the World Cup this year? The Vault. I like that. The Vault, like a bank. Okay, Bank of America Stadium. I do know Bank of America is big down there. You're okay. So, where are you coming at us from? Sports shorts? Talking to the competition? It is a dope. The Vault. I know nothing gets out of the Vault. So, what are the Panthers' colors? Carolina blue, we would say, maybe, right? Blue and white, silver. Sports shorts. Where are you coming at us from? Jake Delhomme, 400 subs, Juliet. That's right. Let's go. Thanks for being here, guys. Day ones. Ireland? Let's go, sports shorts. What part of Ireland? Dublin? Very cool. We were also talking about European places we want to go. I got to go to Ireland. I mean, it's got to be on my list. Dublin, well, welcome. Sports shorts. Hope you're having a good day so far. That's fun fact right there, Jeremy. Cam Newton and Michael Jordan lived in the same condos. That's a very fun fact. Thanks for sharing. Cam with a giant dog. Nobody would want to mess with that combo right there. The Ulster Plantation, Dan. I don't know. I was actually doing some reading about that recently. The colonization of Northern Ireland. We don't talk politics on here. We do talk a little geopolitics, history. Is all good. No politics though. DK, what's good? Are you're going to be returning from your suspension, joining the Steelers this weekend? My sports cards. I maybe another time, Leroy. Alky, Alky, put down the Alky a little early in the day, bro. There's a whole lot of ideas right there. We will. Do you have anybody here into like the sports trading cards? I mean, I have a bunch of baseball cards. That's really all I got. And I'm not like a collector by any means. I just like kept the ones that I had from when I was a kid in binders and stuff. But I really don't. Oh, Jeremy, that's rough. I know I left those there, Juliet. I know I left them there. I gotta snag. I got a snag, Jeremy. That's rough. Yeah, I'll say that I think the Packers are going to fire Matt LaFleur if they lose to the Bears. Would be interesting. Because, I mean, he's considered a good coach. Very good coach, but they've just been like kind of knocking on the door for years now. Thoughts, and you're right, Juliet. The Ravens did fire their coach, John Harbaugh. We did talk about that a little bit, but somewhat surprising. But what, for the Ravens to fire Harbaugh, Jeremy? I think yes. I think the NFL. It's like, I've talked about this before. I think for the most part, I think it was the right move, Dan. I mean, I'd love to hear as to why it wasn't, but I think it was the right move because the NFL, like, things happen for the most part, like, early in coaches' tenures. Like, yeah, I guess, like, Andy Reid, and Bill Belichick kind of, well, Andy Reid the second time, Andy Reid in Kansas City. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's like an Andy Reid type of situation in Philadelphia where it was just time. You just feel bad for the guy who missed the field goal. Don't, Juliet. Please don't. I mean, don't feel bad for him. There's nothing to feel bad for him about. Like, he's a professional athlete. He missed a field goal that he probably makes like 85% of the time or something, 80 to 8 or more. Yeah, like 85% of the time. Nothing to feel bad for him, though. If he were seriously dealing with consequences based on that, I think LaFleur is a good coach. Harbaugh was there forever, and that's why it's like, Tucker would have made it. That's for sure. Tucker would have made it. Yeah. I mean, you don't want to put it's tough to put a rookie in that spot. Guys, we're getting clamped all of a sudden here. Out of nowhere, some clampage coming in. Hopefully it's just passing by. That's what I'm saying, Jeremy. It's like, we're not feeling bad for him because, like, that's his job. His job is to kick field goals. He didn't make it, and he feels bad about it. But I don't need to feel bad for him. He's in a dope spot. He's a professional athlete. He's making $1 million to miss field goals. Nothing to feel bad about there. I do. So Harbaugh's going to get a good job. I think if the Packers lose to the Bears, they fire Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur, I don't know, Ravens. I think we'll see. I could see that happening. I could see that. I could see Matt LaFleur going to the Ravens after losing to the Bears and getting fired. If they beat the Bears, he might keep his job, though. I would say that. Definitely, well, actually, we got Buffalo too, guys. If Buffalo loses to the Jags, they could just swap. Exactly. Same like they were saying that Tomlin and Harbaugh could just swap places. I do think I think the Bills coach as well. Like this might set the record for coaching change. I could look it up. I'm not entirely sure. I think if the Packers lose week 1, they'll fire their coach. Wild card week. If the Bills lose, they'll fire their head coach. And I don't think, I mean, Mike Tomlin, if they get blown out by the Texans, there's a chance he's gone too. I know they went 10-7, not 9-8 like they historically do. But exactly, Jeremy. That's the conversation we've been having. It's like, yes, the Bills. Yes, there's no Mahomes, no Joe Burrow, no kryptonite, no playing in Arrowhead, no kryptonite. But like you said, their team is not that good. They have a good running back. Their defense is like pretty solid. But I agree that they're not as good. And they've got no home games almost certainly. No home games. They'll be going from Jacksonville to wherever else they're going. Now it's probably not a bad thing to be playing in Jacksonville. We are all hype on the Jags train, but I don't know. I just don't. It's not known as a super difficult place to play. Maybe that narrative is changing, but I agree. I think they have a great shot, and that's why Dan was saying. Dan Jakowski, you were saying like it's the winner of the Jags Bills game is very possibly going to the Super Bowl. I mean, we're not the biggest Patriot believers in this chat. There are some people that like the Patriots. There are a handful. I'm not the biggest believer right now. Guys, we are getting clamped all of a sudden. Hopefully we keep it going. So, thanks for being here today, guys. Third stream of 2026. Gonna be streaming live here every day, guys. So thanks for being here. Drake May is from Charlotte. Yeah, okay. And I always forget that his brother is UNC legend Luke May. I mean, they're both UNC legends at this point. There are a lot of hometown love for Drake May down there in Charlotte, Jeremy. I don't know. I think he's good. He's good. He's a good quarterback. I would give the MVP to Matt Stafford still. He's good though. He's really good. But I don't know. It's like everybody's saying his dad was a QB at UNC in the 80s. Okay, that's a fun fact. I hadn't heard that before. So thank you for sharing that. I didn't know that the Mays dad was a. Sometimes we do brackets around here, Jeremy. We did like a top. Like we do brackets and we vote on like who. So one of our brackets was best sports families. We did not include the Mays. They maybe they deserve a shot at that bracket. Maybe they deserved a spot. Really nice day out here. Finally, it feels like it's been like ever, coldest winter ever, and it's just getting started. Mark May. All right, very cool fun factoid, Jeremy. Thanks for sharing. Well, thank you. Thank you for the warm regards from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Herzegovina. Hope I'm saying that right. Welcome. Best regards from Pennsylvania, United States. Best pro team in the Carolinas. I mean, it's not the Hornets. Panthers have had, we were talking earlier today about like championship droughts and like cities without championships. I guess without the Hurricanes, the Carolinas would be without championships altogether. Is that true? Hornets have never won. Panthers have never won. So yeah. Cam Ward, the hockey player? Rod Brindamore? There are a lot of connections between the Flyers and the Panthers, though, aren't there? What are your thoughts on Michael Jordan, Jeremy? Would we consider Jordan the GOAT? Or because I'm in that camp. We've been having this argument all week with international viewers mainly, whether or not Michael Jordan was more impactful of a sports star than Cristiano Ronaldo. I've been arguing that Jordan is more influential. Have yet to hear or been explained like something that makes sense to me as to how Cristiano Ronaldo has had an impact bigger than. Oh, that's fire, Jeremy. Is Bigfoot real? I don't know. I don't think so. I just read that beating Detroit line, Jeremy. That's funny. That's the best. Those are the best. It's like the underdog narratives saying you can't do it, but then they do it. Dwight, what's good? Bigfoot real? I don't know. I'd be more inclined to believe in Flyers never should have fired him, Dan, 3 games into the season. Although I think that is still his only championship, is it not? What do you mean, Mike? I know. I was. Although people are liking Rick Tocchet. Is Rick Tocchet the Flyers' best coach they've had since Peter Laviolette? Dwight, it is funny, and that's why it's like, it's funny. God, you're right. I've thought about that before. It's like I'm not a nose ring person, but God gave me a nose ring. Well, I mean, I am personally. I'm not a personally not a nose ring person, but God made it look like I am. You're right. I've thought about that. So that's good. The Flyers are in good shape. I agree, and we're hype about that. The Flyers are on the right track, got the right coach, the right mix of players. It seems like gonna figure out the goaltender situation in a year or two. I'm so thanks for being here today, guys. All the great comments and stuff. A lot of momentum to our channel here in 2026. Painted gold, you'll look like That's funny, Jeremy. That's funny. Hit him. I don't know. Well, I was actually thinking it is an interest. One of Tupac. There are many Tupac lines that are great. One of them being from Ghetto Gospel, but God isn't finished with me yet. Thought about that one recently. It's like $40 to get it removed. Well, thanks, Dwight, for the solid info. You know a guy? Is that like $40? Like $40 where? $40 where, Dwight? Because that's a big part of it, is where and who does the work. Agree, Tupac had some deep songs. It's crazy how deep some of the lyrics are. I was listening. Well, thanks, Dwight. Dwight Zombie. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Like, I was looking at the lyrics. You guys, anybody heard of Yeat? Yeat, Y-E-A-T. I guess he's a popular rapper these days. Tupac was born on the East Coast. I forgot about that, Dan Flynn. Dan Flynn, what's your favorite Tupac song? Everybody's favorite Tupac song in the chat, if you have one. Mine is probably Ghetto Gospel. But there are other ones as well. I don't know, Dan. I don't know Dan Chakowski. I don't know where he's from. It don't matter where he was born. The West Coast ain't got no love for the East Coast, Dwight? What? Very good. Dan C and Dan Flynn on the same page. Changes is a good one. Changes is a great one. That's top 3 for me as well. I would maybe top 2. Changes, Ghetto Gospel. Those are the 2. I've definitely listened to those 2. Dallas Cowboys aren't all from... Don't tell me you're a Dallas Cowboys fan. Christopher Wallace. Dan Flynn, I'll have to disagree there. I like Tupac a little more. Not even a little. I like Tupac a lot more. R.I.P. to both Biggie and Tupac. But I would say I'm more on the Tupac side of things. It is an interesting history. Talk about history, recent history. Very interesting recent history to look into. But Solomon, I'll pray for you. I was talking about the lyric. Anybody heard of the rapper Yeat? Y-E-A-T. I guess he's popular. I've heard his beats are good. The beats are good. I mean, they usually are, right? In terms of radio music, Mind Control, they're usually good, but the lyrics are so trash. Just like beyond trash. What is it? What do you mean by that, Dwight? The Cowboys fan? Yeah, I wanted to use this. There's this Yeat song that just dropped. The people are using it in edits, or they're starting to. It's pretty popular. And I would have used it because I love the beat, but I hate the lyrics. It's like, it's so dumb. They're so dumb. There's no... It's like, what, did you take, like these... They take no time. There's no thought, no meaning. Literally no meaning. Literally no meaning. And it's just sad. I mean, it's just, I don't know if it's sad. It just is what it is. That's the stuff that gets promoted on the radio. Music is mind control. That stuff. That's what we're yapping about. Crime Delta. A whole bunch of stuff. Sports mainly. We start on sports. Always start with sports. American sports mainly. Guys, 12 o'clock noon recap. A lot of great discussions going on here today. Finished the Wordle, the connections. Talking about football, international and American sports. Now we're talking lyrics, all that good stuff. So hope everybody's having a great day. Keep this positive energy momentum flowing. Peasy? I've never heard of Peasy. I'll have to check him out. Jeremy? Modern? Is that modern artist? Peasy is the GOAT. All right. Well, now we've got people saying Peasy is the GOAT. I've never heard it. Well, I appreciate the suggestion. If we got somebody backing you up immediately saying Peasy is the GOAT, I love that. That's what we're modern. Okay. I see that. I just looked him up real quick in the background. I'll check him out. I'll check out Peasy. Maybe we'll hip hop rapper type music. From Detroit, it looks like. Appreciate the shout out, Jeremy. Sophia's back with the Bruno Fernandes hype. Welcome back, Sophia. What's your dare, Spider Witch? Mainly, we choose truth on this channel, but from here and there, we can do the dares as well. Now and then. All right, I can. What's good, Luthen? Luth? What's good, bro? Wear mismatched socks and shoes. That's a daily thing? I mean, that's not a dare, bro. That's a daily thing. That's on the daily. What's good, Luthen? Where are you guys coming from? Spider Witch? Luthen? Is Kanye Jesus? No. I would say no. That's an easy one. Do it on stream. Okay, I'm already doing it, Spider Witch. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here today. I'll check out 2 million up and at least Build-A-Bear. Looking into some that's funny. Jeremy's word. That's Peasy. We're gonna check out 2 million up, and at least I have a feeling I'll like the Peasy tracks. I've never heard of Peasy before, guys. Why is that? Is he underground? Would we say? Looks like he's pretty popular though. I'll check him out. That's cool. Thanks for the suggestions. Thanks for the suggestions, guys. Thanks for being here. We got talking about the NFL playoffs. I was saying that might have the record. Bills are going. Bills lose to the Jags, they will fire their coach. Matt LaFleur is most likely gone if they lose to the Bears. I'll even say that if the Steelers lose ugly to the Texans, very underground sounding. Okay, very cool. I'll check it out. What's happening, Magnetic? Welcome, bro. Mainly talking about sports, but also other types, all things sports adjacent as well. I do think I think Matt LaFleur is possibly gone, and if the Steelers get blown out, not even close, they might move on from Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. Now, probably not. It seems like it's just, I guess they don't want to fire Mike Tomlin after a winning season and winning the division, I would think. They might not want to. Maybe they view that as a bad look. But, I mean, if it's time for Harbaugh, and everybody knows the Steelers have no shot. I mean, I'm sorry, Jeremy, the only team with lower odds than the Steelers to win the Super Bowl right now is the only team with lower odds to win the Super Bowl right now than the Steelers is your Carolina Panthers. They're like 200 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. So, I mean, honestly, I think it should be higher than that. I mean, it would just be such a difficult, tough path. But hey, that'd be awesome. That would be, in terms of most improbable Super Bowl runs ever, that would probably be it. Forgot that McDermott was your D coordinator when the Panthers made the Super Bowl. I totally forgot that. I know he was a Philly guy. He was an Andy Reid Philly guy. So I know him from in his days with the Eagles. I think prior to that, I guess he made it to Carolina after his Eagles days and then made it to the Bills. But yeah, I mean, it's time to shake it up. What's up, Rahul? Is Don Bradman the GOAT when it comes to cricketers, batsmen? Is Don Bradman the GOAT batsman of all time? Guys, 55 votes. That's a crazy amount of votes. Crazy amount of votes. Thanks for all the votes, guys. I don't know much about cricket. McDermott, I think, like, some of these, it's no disrespect, Sean McDermott. Some of these guys, like, and he has had a successful stint up there in Buffalo, but I don't know. I don't see them. I don't see him winning the Super Bowl this year. That's what we thought. It's now or never. It's now or never for the Bills. It's now or never. He might have to win. He might have to go to the AFC Championship game to keep his job, which is, it's a harsh rubric, but I think that's the case. I think McDermott has to go to the AFC Championship game to remain the coach in Buffalo. It would be interesting, an interesting coaching carousel. I like the Panthers, but if Bryce Young is the answer, I don't know what the question is. The question might be something like, can a quarterback who's 5'9" win the Super Bowl? That wouldn't be the question. I guess the question would be after he wins the Super Bowl. I don't know, something like that. Again, you're saying he's mid, Dan Flynn? The Panthers traded up for him for the number 1 pick, I believe. I believe they traded up for Bryce Young. Which is like, that is a ballsy move, trading up for a quarterback of his stature. Bama QB Simpson says he's headed to the NFL draft. He's gotten a ton of press, guys, or at least on some of these sites I follow that the question would be, name a QB that needs a booster seat to get to the stadium. Okay. Oh, that was against the Jags? Dan Flynn, I do remember that. I remember that, but thanks for bringing that up. We were discussing David Tepper earlier. I totally forgot that incident. The David Tepper incident. Billionaire owner. No, this is a sports-based stream, Penthouse. You can go to some of your other sites if you don't want to talk about sports. Tom Cruise, all right, we'll take it. How do you feel about Bryce Young, Jeremy DeLorean? That was in Jacksonville, in Duval. Dan Flynn, can you describe, are the Jags fans gonna make it a difficult environment for Josh Allen to play? How are you going to be a multi-billionaire NFL owner and throw a drink at somebody? That's just terrible. I mean, we were talking earlier about why, they're not going to be selling alcohol at the World Cup games this year. Cut David Tepper off as well. Context behind the poll is just, it started off this morning. I did not remember that. That is a fun fact, Jeremy. Appreciate you sharing that. Dan Morgan was the middle linebacker for the Jake Delhomme Super Bowl run against the Pats. That's cool. I did not know that. Fun fact. So that's cool. He must be. How long has he been running things down there in Carolina? We're talking about coaching pedigrees. We're talking about coaching pedigrees. I was just looking at. Let me get it up. Let me get up on screen. I was just looking at not coaching pedigrees, but looking at Dan Morgan's history. This is a really good pedigree in terms of places he's been. Carolina might be doing things right down there. You're right. You might be. I'm starting to see the light, Jeremy. Maybe they're starting to see the light down there. Starting with the Seahawks, and that was like Legion of Boom days. Spent a lot of times with the Seahawks. I would think that's one of the best places to be in terms of player personnel. Then it was with the Bills, possibly even when they drafted Josh Allen. I'm not sure what year they drafted Josh Allen, but maybe somewhere in that era. I'm not sure. I don't know. You can look it up, but so he's been there for a minute, but the GM got fired for drafting Bryce. After the NFL IPL, what league is that, Rahul? Is that the Indian Premier League, but for cricket or something? I don't know. It's a pretty interesting former number 1 overall pick himself. Jeez, he was on that Miami team too. The Miami teams of the turn of the century were just loaded. Interesting. I did not remember that offhand, but now that he grew up playing football, hey, he's from Philly. He's from my area. Interesting. All right, cool little history nuggets. Appreciate them, guys. Appreciate it, Jeremy. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. Talking sports mainly, but other stuff too. Well, you're in the right division for that, Jeremy. The NFC South is probably the right division to be in. At least headed in the right direction, you know? Is he going to win Rookie of the Year? Now, I see that, unfortunately for one of the I was touting Jackson. I was before anybody else. You can check the receipts on the channel. I was saying Jackson Dart. I was going to win Rookie of the Year. Had some Dart for Rookie of the Year slips. I think your boy T-Mac's going to win it, though. Think your boy T-Mac's going to win that Rookie of the Year. Unfortunately for my boy Jackson Dart, or for my FanDuel account, but it's all good. T-Mac is the next Mike Evans. That is high praise. Super high praise. I think he's almost certainly going to win Rookie of the Year, it looks like. Got the college football playoff coming up tomorrow. Appreciate it, Rahul. First game of the college football semifinals is coming up tomorrow. It's Miami versus Ole Miss. I'm picking Miami in that game. Anybody picking Ole Miss? I think Miami's even favored. Are they not? Yeah, Miami is favored in that game. What's up, Kenny? Who's your college team, Jeremy? My college team stinks too. It's all good. My college team is like falling off a cliff. I mean, they don't. They're. I'm a Pitt Panther alum, so college used to be a great college basketball program. Now they're totally mid. National championships game is also going to be in Miami. Miami's, they've had a tough road so far. Beat Texas A&M and then Ohio State, two teams that were probably, Ohio State was, I think, the overall favorite. Texas A&M also at least had some hype. Is the U back? I don't know. I think they might be. Defensively, they look great. We've got some good offensive players too. Got some good offensive players too. I think I see a lot of those players playing on Sundays, going forward. Should be fun to watch. I guess they're calling it the Fiesta Bowl. It's funny because it's like now like you win the Rose Bowl and then you go to the. Oh no, okay. I guess the Fiesta Bowl. What? I still don't understand how they're. Seahawks. We got a Seahawks fan in the chat. Stephen Freeman. I'd be a Gators fan. Stephen Freeman. I think your Seahawks are in a good spot because they are the overall favorites, and yet, like nationally, especially here on the East Coast, they're not getting much love. You know, like people are they're for being the overall favorite, they're kind of like the quietest, least popular overall favorite pick I've heard in a while. Like I've heard people say like Dan, we just got a Seahawks fan here now. Dope. Stephen Freeman. Jeremy's been continuing the dope conversation. Dan Flynn as well. Every great to have you back, Dan. Maybe we were also just talking about the college football playoff a little bit. See, and that's the thing, Dan Flynn. That's why I think the Seahawks are. It's interesting because I think they're in a good spot because they're both the number one overall seed, but at the same time, kind of like sneaky. Like even though they're the number one seed, you don't like the overall narrative is Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is. You know, we gotta wait till we see. We gotta wait till we see it out of Sam Darnold. You know, which I understand that being the narrative. I get it. But, like, if that's the narrative for the number one seed, you know, it's like they're not being taken, like, as a threat, despite being... Seahawks have scared since the 2010s. You're going to the game, Stephen Freeman? Which one? Well, I guess you don't even know who you're playing yet, but are you going to one of the games? Seahawks do have a very big 12th man out there. I don't know if it's still Quest Field or what. Is it still Quest Field? Is it still? I think it was Quest Field for when I knew it. They might have changed their name now. I think it's weird to hear like I don't know. It's just like the NFL, obviously big money league. Just kind of. It's interesting how, like, the stadiums, you know, you start thinking of the stadiums as one thing, then they change their name. Like, Steelers playing in Acrisure Stadium just sounds disgusting, you know, even though, like, Heinz Field, like, yeah, that's a corporate plug, too. It's an advertisement, but it just sounds more Pittsburgh than Acrisure Stadium, you know? That's why it's cool, like, it's cool they got the nicknames, I guess, you know, like the Vault, which I'd never heard before. Jeremy, appreciate that. Sharing that nugget and others. The Vault down there in Charlotte. 12th man out there in Seattle. But yeah, I think if I'm Sam Darnold, well, let us know, August. Let us know how we can help. You know, we're big believers in positive energy. Momentum, helping each other out, believing that you can do anything. Agree, Dan, exactly. That's why Soldier Field is dope. Lambeau, you know. I think Lambeau will be the last one. Lambeau will be the last one. Like, I haven't had KFC in a minute. What's up, Diva? You're back. I think Elf, because can't elves do like more magic stuff if we're talking Lord of the Rings universe? But no, I don't know. Whole bunch of different topics. Sensei, bring one. We're talking about sports mainly. You can talk about other stuff too, though, if you want. Yeah, I agree, Dan. I think that's why Soldier Field is dope. But unfortunately, I think, you know, the Bears are trying to move. The Bears want to get out of Soldier Field. The Eagles are going to build a domed stadium or at least build a roof on the link or something. Do something. They want the Super Bowl here in Philly. I'm a big Harry Potter guy as well. I would say if you're Slytherin, that's fine. But I'm not. Sensei, nothing to be confused about. You got a question? Let me know. And the Eagles need a much bigger jail in their next stadium. All those, Dan Flynn, all those stories are from like 30 or 40 years ago, you know? Like, the vet, I don't know, although... So, Dan, you're saying they... I don't know. I think all the story, like the Eagles, the fans booing Santa Claus. Well, what's good, guys? Fans booing Santa Claus or throwing snowballs at Santa Claus. Like, that's 40 years old. The jail and the vet. I mean, the vet's been torn down for 25 years at this point, basically. You might get punched in Philly. You might get stabbed or shot in LA. Now, we were talking about this earlier. The Flyers hosted the Anaheim Ducks last night, and one of the players on the Ducks, Cutter Gauthier, was drafted by the Flyers 5th overall and then refused to sign with the team, so they had to trade him. And it was an interesting energy I wasn't there, but it was definitely interesting energy to listen to. Getting booed every single time he touched the puck. Might get booed in Philly. Oh, really? August? You got a team that you support? No, I think the Seahawks are a sneaky contender. Well, welcome from your Norwegian jail. I'm surprised. How's the service? Probably better than mine. I saw that Alabama's quarterback Ty Simpson is going to the draft. I saw him getting hyped up on some different mock draft websites that I follow. I would not be looking for him. Dolphins all the way? Yeah. What? Sorry to hear that. Were you around for the 1973 undefeated season? It's called a birthmark. 6 buzz. A wart, even. India, we got people live from India. Welcome, guys. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. And teams that I think are in the best. I think the Seahawks are in a good spot. I think the Eagles are also in a good spot, being the defending champions, but like kind of been forgotten, not like kind of forgotten about as contenders. You want advice on how to get subscribers? August? It's called You Gotta Post More, man. Also, do stuff that's like original, that like you like. You know, don't try to make stuff that's like trying to fit any box, you know? Try to make stuff that you like, that tells your story. Let's go, Jeremy. Well deserved. Well deserved. Welcome, guys. Hope everybody's having a great day. Welcome, everyone. Well, just keep at it. Keep posting. Don't stop posting. don't stop posting, guys. Yeah, you have to have 50 subs to go live, apparently. It is a wart. Somebody telling me to paint it gold and make it look like Tupac. We were also, I think it's I just think it's funny. It's not hard, August, as long as you just keep grinding. As long as you make it, if that's what you want, then go for it. It has to be what you want, though. All right, I got to let my cat inside. Just keep plugging away, August, as Dan says. I got to let a cat inside 1 second. Thank you for your patience, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, August, I would say one, this isn't a bad, what you're doing right now isn't a bad plan, but big believer in Christopher Moltisanti, what he said. I'm also a positive visualization. You start visualizing something and then it like manifests real time, guys. Really happens. Also reminded of like a Nipsey Hussle quote. I got a lot of Nipsey Hussle motivation quotes in my personal doom scroll feed. And it's like, you put your head down and you work on something. By the time you look up, you'll find out that you are closer to where you wanted to get than to where you were. So that's the thing. Also, you got reminded of a Deion Sanders quote. It's like, you got to want it. You got to want it, and you got to work it, and then you'll win. That's I'm paraphrasing. But if you want something, then you work it. And if you work it, you're going to win. So that's the idea. Keep your head down, all that good stuff. That's what I like to, this is, I guess, Wisdom Wednesday, guys. These are little nuggets of wisdom on this Wednesday. So appreciate all the positive working, girl. Appreciate it. And at the same time, have fun. Have fun, be yourself. Don't take yourself... Like, it's just, life is all about, it's crazy how it's all about the middle ground, I don't know if it's all about the middle ground, but, you got to take yourself seriously, but at the same time, you can't take yourself too seriously, you got to want it, but at the same time, you got to, like, be okay with the process. You can't grip anything too tight, Then you get tight, you get tense, muscles tense up, words stop flowing, all that stuff. Welcome, guys. Welcome from Japan. I don't know anything about 456. I think August, you still here? We'll see. I hope everybody's having a good day so far. Definitely don't just talk about sports. That's for sure. Talk about other stuff too. Uh-oh. That's not what I meant to do. Welcome back, Arm. Talent does play a role. I am from Pennsylvania, United States, guys. Appreciate it. Austin 456. I don't know that person offhand. You might know that person. I mean, maybe I do, but everyone is talented at something. Everyone is here for a reason. You're still here. You're here for a reason. So just be yourself. Try your hardest and be okay with yourself. Jeremy, we love having you here, man. Many talents up in this chat, like insanely talented group of people. So I appreciate being here. Appreciate you guys being here. Means a lot to me. Yeah, I was saying I think that Ty Simpson. We can look at. I've been going to this guy Walter Football's website for years. He's also, I think he's a Philly guy, but right now he's got the Indiana QB projected as the number 1 pick. Should be an interesting. Got to learn from the L's and move on. Exactly, Dan Flynn. That's what, baseball is interesting because it is they call it often a sport of failure. Even the best only succeed 30% of the time in terms of getting hits. Tapping in from Colorado Springs. Well, welcome, Alicia. How's it going out there? Beautiful day. Maybe it's our first nice day here on the East Coast in a minute. I'll say it makes me jealous of you guys out there in Colorado. Sunshine. Appreciate it, Alicia. We got a former squad cap. Soon we'll be launching a store, guys. Appreciate the shout out, Alicia. Appreciate the love. Good. See, Jeremy, many multi-talented group. Thanks, Alicia, for the shout out on the cap, guys. Former squad. That's kind of why I named this channel Former Squad. It's like a play on time and community, all that stuff. Having good conversation. It's like this is my former squad, but at the same time my current squad. Whole bunch of stuff going on here, guys, but thanks for being here. Appreciate it. It's all love up in the chat. Silent Rob Stop Motion says I love you. It's all love. Appreciate it, Alicia. Well, that's why I've been saying it's such a beautiful day here on the East Coast. I'm coming at you live from Pennsylvania. It's like sun is shining. It's warm. It's like maybe going to hit 50 degrees Fahrenheit here today, which hasn't hit that in God knows how long. Feels like forever, but probably hasn't even been that long. What's good? Ayush? How's your day going so far? Hope everybody's having a great day so far. End of the first week of 2026. If we, 1st to the 7th, if we count weeks that way. You can count weeks, I guess. I was talking about that with B-Wall, who hasn't been here yet today, but it's like why does the year begin in January? Like it could begin in any day. Well, welcome, Farina. Thank you for tuning in. That is a world tour right there. Well, live from Kyoto right now, born in Sweden and lived in Bakersfield, California, now Japan. Well, thank you for sharing your journey. That's very interesting. What time is it in Kyoto right now, Farina? It's like middle of the night? I don't know. Guys, I'm thinking Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback. I don't know. I don't know where he's scheduled to be drafted, but my boy Walter Football has him going 11 to the Dolphins. I would think that would be a. I don't think that would be a good move for the Dolphins. We did have a Dolphins fan up in here earlier. Trying to stay positive, guys. Spread some 2:40 a.m. Well, welcome. I'm a night owl myself, but I do run a morning stream, so haven't been haven't been. Allie, I just watched the first couple seasons of Stranger Things. I'm not gonna lie, I've fallen off. Well, perfect timing there, Farina. Thanks for using this as an opportunity to join our channel. Thank you so much for contributing. It means a lot to have you here. I have not seen Stranger Things, guys. Anybody have any takes on how Stranger Things turned out? I loved the first couple seasons of Stranger Things. It wasn't that I like stopped watching it because I disliked it or anything. I just fell off. And it's like, I don't know. It's one of those things like I don't know. I loved the first couple seasons. I fell off, and then I have a feeling that like it was at its best in the beginning. A lot of things are. A lot of things are at their best when they just start. Is that craziness to believe that? I don't know. At the same time, you gotta keep working it every day. You know. Start over from the start. All right, Jeremy, that's a good call. I'll take I'll take that recommendation seriously. What's the guy's name? What's the rapper's name you guys pitched me before? Peasy. I can't forget Peasy. I won't. Drum player? No, I was a guitar player more back in the day. I gotta let my other cat inside, guys. I'll be 1 second. Welcome from Indonesia. We had somebody else from Indonesia. Lost is a great rewatch. Can you believe that I haven't rewatched Lost since it's been on the air? Was a big Lost. Dan and I were big Lost fans back in the day. Guys, meanwhile, we got 86 votes, and it's almost like, are we trying to keep it close? Or do we just have a knack for picking polls that have close outcomes? Lost and Titans. Yeah. All right. Also, we could share favorite sports movies. Mine is, despite the fact I haven't seen it in forever, would be Remember the Titans. I think that's my favorite sports movie. Exactly, and that it's funny. That's a good comment, Jeremy. That's a good point, Jeremy. It's like the first season of Lost was like bonkers when it was on TV. Forget what year that was. Who knows? Like it might even be 20 years ago, guys. Close to it. But first season of Lost was absolutely bonkers. Your nickname in high school was Sunshine. That's a good one. That's a great nickname. I agree. I would say exactly. I would say that the first 3 or 4 seasons of Lost were incredible. But it is all all movies follow the same pattern arm for the most part. The hero's journey. A stranger comes to town, a man goes on a journey, a man goes on a mission. I mean, what other stories are there? I guess they're rom-coms and stuff. Well, you're welcome here anytime, Prime. Field of Dreams. That is a good one. If you build it, they will come. This isn't, what is it? This isn't heaven, it's Iowa or something like that. Yeah, Dan, you've pitched The Leftovers. I got to see that. I got to check out The Leftovers. Especially because I was into Lost back in the day. And I mean, I stuck with Lost through the end. You guys see that Scrubs is coming back? I don't know if anybody was a Scrubs fan like I was. I was a pretty big Scrubs fan back in the day. They're going to start making new episodes again. I don't know. It's like that kind of goes back to what Arm was saying. All sports movies follow the same pattern. It's just like we can't think up of a new. We can't think up of. We got to make more Scrubs episodes. You know? Can't think up of something else. I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I think because Zach Braff, I think that's who he is. You know what I'm saying, Jeremy? I think like that's like the guy who Garden State and JD, John Dorian, like that's who Zach Braff is. Good, interesting point, Dan. That's what makes Rocky cool, because he loses. That's a really, really good point. Doesn't he strike out in the book version of The Natural? I believe. And it's almost like more realistic that way that he loses, you know? As Jeremy says, it's hard to stay the underdog if you win. Some great points being made here today, guys. Thank you for being here. Did you read that one, Dan? Did you read that book? Thanks to everybody who subscribed. We just crossed major milestone, 400 subscribers, guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And it's a good point, Dan, because it's like that scene. It is an iconic scene. What's good, Ben? I agree. I agree, Dan. About the movie. It is an iconic scene there at the end, but it's like so unrealistic, you know, and takes away. I think from the movie. It's like, oh, this is so Hollywood. It's so fake. Like the lights are exploding, the blood is coming out, like hits the walk-off home run. That's not what life is about, you know? Is it? I don't think so. Major League is a good sports comedy. I've never seen Major League. Yikes. Was that bad? Start listing movies. Like, we'll be more likely to find movies I haven't seen than have seen. So what changed, Dan, in terms of product of the time? Like, people wanted, what are you saying? Like, cookie cutter happy endings were in vogue when The Natural was made, but nowadays people are looking for grittier, realer stuff. Something like that. Is that what you're? Oh, Jeremy, that's a dope. You used to be a projectionist. That's awesome. Are there any sad endings sold? Sad endings sold less? Well, that's okay. That's cool, Jeremy. So we've been talking about the demise. We were talking about that earlier today. Seeing Dan Jakowski saw Dirty Dancing in a theater where there was a live band playing. The demise of the American movie theater. Jeremy used to be a projectionist. Was that a sick job? It sounds like an awesome job. Dan, you think the MLB had some say in the ending of The Natural? I love that hot take. The looks like the Cubs are close to landing pitcher Edward Cabrera, in a trade from the Miami Marlins. I think Edward Cabrera strikes out a lot of batters. Pretty good pitcher, I think. Typical Marlins trading away their pitchers before they have to spend a dime on them. Yeah, Jeremy, that seems like a great job to work during college. You said, oh yeah, you're a Florida Gator, the Swamp. The Swamp. Who did they end up hiring? It's their head coach. The guy from Tulane, right? I think they hired the guy from Tulane. Seems like he's a good hire. We'll see. Yeah, it's interesting the Florida, they did win. John Summerall from Tulane. I don't know too much about him, but seems like a pretty good hire. You guys did win the national championship in basketball a couple years. Was that even, when was that? Was that this year? How long ago was that? Well, it was this year. I was like, that wasn't even that long ago. Well, welcome from Greece, Vasilis. I am also Greek myself. My grandmother, fully from Greece. She was born in America, but her parents were immigrants from Greece. My great grandparents. So, welcome. Were you a big Tebow guy? Tebow and Urban Meyer. Great college, had a great run there. Good luck on your deal, Panda. Urban Meyer and Tim Tebow Florida run Is that might be one of the, like, they had such success together during that run. And then Florida football hasn't been the same since. Tim Tebow, I don't know if you believe the conspiracy theories or not. You know, I can, Jeremy, if you give me a hot second. Guys, I'm from America, from Pennsylvania. I have been to Miami. It's been a minute though. Chris Leak. I don't think it was Chris Leak, Dan Flynn. I mean, that's a good guess. It might have been. I think it was another NFL player. Dan, the Tebow theories are that he was like blacklisted from the NFL for being like too Christian. Dan is right. Let's go. I mean, hey, I told you guys, my sports knowledge is certainly not appreciated, Tarun. Chris Leak is from Charlotte. Look, Dan Flynn with the knowledge. Marty Jr.? Is that my boy Marty? Very cool. Okay, wow. That Dan Flynn sharing that Chris Leak is from Charlotte. Now was he their starter before Tebow got there? Because I remember Chris Leak. I remember the name Chris Leak. You got live vampires here, guys. 94 votes, and it's like a dead heat. So he was the starter all 4 years, and they won the national. That's right. Good. Born and raised in Charlotte, was offered a scholarship in 8th grade from Wake Forest coach Jim Caldwell. Thanks for the throwback, Jeremy. Chris Leak. That's a name I hadn't thought about in a while. He was good. I remember him being really good. They'd put Tebow in like goal line packages. How many national championships did they win in those days? Ponce, what is he? Chris Leak. What was it like going to high school with Chris Leak, man? I just read on Wikipedia, they say he is considered by some to be the greatest high school quarterback of all time. That's on. Let's see who they cite as that. Oh, I guess it's, yeah. Guys, this is another interesting thing, guys. Why I don't really, you don't trust Wikipedia about things of importance, but like completely focused on football. Love that. They say he's, according to his Wikipedia page, he's one of the best high school football players of all time. Dan, the Tebow theories are that, like, there was like a popular Reddit somebody posted a thing on Reddit about how he got blacklisted back in the day that went like semi-viral or whatever, about how he's blacklisted from the league. I don't know. He did win a playoff game. In Denver? Was that 2013? Was that it? Was that the same season that Peyton Manning? I don't know. No, they beat the Steelers in Denver, right? I forget. I forget. I think Tebow beat the Steelers in the playoffs. Never mind. They replaced Tim Tebow with Peyton Manning, I believe. That was the history. That was the history. All right, I gotta deal with this cat. What is it? Let me go back inside. The only reason Leak went to Florida is because Rex Grossman left. And he knew he could start right away. Smart move. Rex Grossman ended up making it to the Super Bowl with the Chicago Bears. Urban Meyer wasn't even there yet. I guess he was in, Utah still? Appreciate everybody being here. Urban Meyer. What a up and down career he had. What's good? Hatis? Where are you coming from? Welcome. How are you doing today? Hatis, I think vampires are a representation of something that man can become. I don't think I think the answer is yes and no. I think it's both of the answers. I think that's why it's so closely split between yes and no. Almost at 100 votes, guys. Thank you for all the votes. That's awesome. Ron Zook. Forgot that Ron Zook getting a shout out on our channel. No, but Hatis, I believe that vampires are like a version, like man can become a monster, you know? Man can become a monster. And I think a vampire is one of the versions of a monster that a man can become. So are they real? Like, do they suck blood? Do they, like, are they warded off by garlic? I don't know. But I do think you can become a vampire in terms of, like, maybe. We got a world champion foosball player in the chat. Welcome. You get what I'm saying, Hatis? It's like you could become a and it's like that's like why it's important. Maybe a vampire is somebody who is like so focused on on themselves that they've lost connection to other people, and they feel like other people are there to be used for their own advancement. Does that make any sense? Leak committed to Zook and then fell into getting Urban. Well, that was just quite the run. Sorry, guys, you're going to hear my cat. He doesn't know exactly what he wants. I've been hyping up this beautiful day here. I might have to get outside at some point before the sun goes down. Can't turn into a vampire myself. Can't vote in this poll. Can't let myself turn into a vampire. Gotta get outside at some point today, but thank you guys for being here. Really appreciate it. Sun and clouds are flattered. What do you mean by that, Prime? Exactly, Hatis. I don't think necessarily like vampires are real in the sense like that they, like I said, you get it. not in this necessarily the fantastic mystical sense, but in the metaphorical sense. I think they're real. Metaphorically. So thank you for being here, guys. Really appreciate it. Cubs close to landing Edward Cabrera in a trade with the Marlins. Marlins continuing to just ship off every half-decent player that comes by. One second, guys. Hey. The Florida QB room in 2006 was Chris Leak, Tim Tebow, Cam Newton, and Jesse Palmer. I mean, that's quite the QB room. I forgot. I also forgot your boy. Your boy Cam was originally at Florida. Obviously, I mean, I'll always remember that. They beat Oregon. I believe he beat Chip Kelly's Oregon team in the national championship with Auburn. I'll always think of Cam as an Auburn player for that reason, but you're right. I think Cam Newton would have thrived in this NIL era. Cam Newton would have thrived in this NIL era. He would have loved it. Appreciate everybody being here today. Cubs, I mean, it's a good move. I think Edward Cabrera is good. He strikes out mad amounts of people. That's a good point, Jeremy. You had to do a lot. You're right. You had to be major. You had to be big time to be kicked out of an Urban Meyer football team. Any other news breaking today? We were talking about, we got Miami versus Ole Miss. I don't, appreciate it, young goat. Aaron Hernandez wasn't even kicked out. Facts. Aaron Hernandez wasn't even kicked out. So, first game is Miami-Ole Miss. The question is, can Miami continue the momentum that they've had so far this year, especially in the college football playoff, taking down two teams as underdogs? Ole Miss, how far can they go with their new coach after the whole Lane Kiffin drama? Trinidad Chambliss getting a lot of hype right now. Same time, Miami has a great Percy Harvin. Percy Harvin. I hear that Percy Harvin, I didn't know this, but Percy Harvin allegedly was a big-time smoker, would smoke before every single game. Did not know that, but I heard that. Somebody dropped that in the chat here. So that's the game tomorrow is Miami versus Ole Miss. I don't know. I think, all right, how's this, guys? I think Miami wins that game. I think if Ole Miss wins that game, then they're going to win the national championship. Because I think Ole Miss has never won, and it's like maybe I don't know. Maybe not. Or same with Indiana, though. I don't know. And then in the second game on Friday night, you got Oregon versus Indiana. Both of those quarterbacks are projected to go 1-2 in the draft right now, at least. I mean, there might be a late riser, but Mendoza on Indiana and Moore on Oregon are. We got 49ers going all the way. Interesting. We got a lot of Eagles fans up in this chat, myself included, would argue otherwise. They got a pretty tough path, I would say. Watch out for Hokies next year. A lot of we are sports mainly. I agree. Watch out for the Hokies, and plus, like, gained some respect for James Franklin. Now, hasn't been able to was not able to win the big game under Penn State, but he could have sat at home collecting an unbelievably huge buyout, and then ended up taking the job at Virginia Tech. And now he's gonna take all of Penn State's players. Where is the 757? I would say that the 49ers are not going to go all the way. If they had won the game against Seattle, maybe. But their path is just whole lot harder. The thing about James Franklin is he just has no record. He's got a terrible record in the big games. I don't know if Penn State ever beat anybody super good. They beat Ohio State like one time. Hampton. They stopped getting those players. Dan Flynn. What happened? That's where I know that's where the Vicks came from. Who's the guy that we referenced from the 757 in the chat? So it should be a good game. Right now the favorites should be good games, plural. Favorites are Miami and Indiana. It's a good question, Jeremy. Anybody think that Indiana coach is going to get... They're saying that he should jump to the NFL. People are saying. It's just to get you all nervous, Jeremy. just to remind you that they're watching. But the thing is, those signs have been up for forever, have they not? Thanks for being here today, guys. A lot of great conversations today. I don't know. I don't know what it means if they're monitoring. They are always listening, though, guys. They are always listening. So, I'm not too concerned, though. I guess you just gotta be aware. You gotta be aware, be yourself. All that stuff. What part of PA, Jeremy? Welcome, Samuel. What language is that? I've never heard that one before. Pittsburgh. They're from our domes, Prime. We have an un-American men and worldwide appreciate it show. Well, can you give me an English translation? One, I don't know how to speak Hebrew or read Hebrew. Appreciate you jumping in with this. Where are you coming from, Shohei? Prime, like, it's just it's kind of unreal how the capacity of the human brain, especially for areas of topics of interest, like which includes for a lot of us sports and by extension sports history, all the sports that you've experienced, you know? How am I? Doing great. How are you doing today, Samuel? I'm coming at you live from the United States of America, Pennsylvania area. And I love all people. I love all people. How about that? Have I met any celebrities down there? Where? Well, where are you coming from, Prime? I don't know if you've said that before. Got up to over 100 votes here, guys. 100 votes. What do you mean, Elena? Hard to fathom the It is hard. No, I have not. Tarun? I'm going to see if he wants to go outside or what. Dude. You want to go outside or what? You just... I know you don't want to go outside. You just want to tear us. You just want to tear us. Driven, appreciate it, Tarun. Welcome to the channel. I've had some butter chicken and samosas. I don't know what aloo partha is. Charlotte to Wisconsin. You got family in Wisconsin, Jeremy? I've never been to Wisconsin, or Charlotte. So tell me about that drive. I went to school. I went to school in Pittsburgh. Well, just Prime, you stick around. You'll find that you'll be saying sports takes before you hear the sports takes. Damn, Jeremy, that's commitment. 16 hours and you didn't stop? Welcome, Ricochet. 16 hours and you didn't stop. That's insane. Did you have a bottle? I mean, Prime is exactly Prime. You just start listening and you'll hear the sports narratives developing before. Damn, Jeremy, thanks for sharing all these cool connects you've got. Birmingham, England, Ricochet, or Birmingham, Alabama? I don't drink Prime, though. I didn't drink energy drinks until about a year ago. Maybe last year, 2025. I started drinking energy drinks. Monster. And I quit it. Well, welcome from Birmingham, England. We've had a lot of people from Birmingham up in here recently. Are you a football fan? Are you a Villa supporter or Birmingham City? Or a sports fan at all? If not, it's all good. But welcome. I haven't drank Prime. Never. It's all love up in here. Thank you, Tarun. Welcome. Welcome everyone. Prime just start. You just play FIFA? What teams do you choose when you play FIFA? West Virginia. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm just impressed it's the whole 16 hours not stopping. You had enough gas? I guess maybe, I don't know, maybe are you including gas stops as well? What do you mean? PSG? They're probably a pretty good team to play as in FIFA. I haven't played as them recently. I haven't played FIFA at all recently, but okay. Yeah. What were you doing up in Wisconsin? You got family up there? I've been to Chicago. I flew to Chicago. I went to school in Pittsburgh. I'm from and I'm still currently located east coast of Pennsylvania. That's all right as long as you're having fun, Ricochet. Do I know how to throw a knuckleball? Not well, Arm. If I know how to throw, I mean, I'm familiar with the grip, maybe a little bit. Best knuckleballers of all time. Your current wife? Your wife, Jeremy? No, she's from PA. No, best knuckleballers of all time, the Necros. I never saw him play. Also, a lot of guys are throwing knuckle curves these days. Who, me? This is string cheese, Ricochet. Doing a little fuel check here. Certainly not a cup. Jeremy, do I give off that type of vibe? My bad if I spoke out of turn, spoke out of line. Cooper DeJean is dating somebody who's my WWE days were like early 2000s. So I don't know this this current WWE vixen, is that what they call them? The women wrestlers? I don't know this one that Cooper DeJean is dating, but apparently it's official now. I mean, everybody's known for a minute now. I know some people don't. I'm 33, guys. So I'm both. I mean, who knows? B-Wall said it yesterday. The kitty's right here. I got two of them. He just like. Cats are very good. Welcome, Eddie. Cats are very good at getting what they want. And right now, I don't know exactly what he wants. He might want to go back outside. I don't think so, dude. But maybe. We got a couple 420s up in this chat. Let's go, guys. Appreciate it, though, dude. Yes, Nikki Bella. That's it. That's it, Jeremy. Nikki Bella is who Cooper DeJean is dating, which people had known about that for a little bit, but I think it's just officially public now. Oh, I could do that. Jeremy, you got a cat too? Hans, what is it? Like... That's very cool, Jeremy. You got multiple cats, maybe? I gotta be careful about the food. 2 cats, 2 dogs, 2 kids. That's the American dream right there, Jeremy. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. That is awesome to hear. Thanks for being here, man. 2 cats, 2 dogs, 2 kids. I got 2 cats. I'll get there one day, Jeremy. I'll catch up. I'll catch up, but congrats, man. That's awesome. Heck yeah, Jeremy. You can play this for the kids too. I don't curse on here. I try to keep it beat. I mean, yeah, we might. Who knows? We definitely touch on some adult conversations here, but I try to keep it. At least my language, I keep PG-13. We'll say. Jeremy living the life. Big facts, dude. Where are you coming from? Guys, and as we're speaking of this stream is at 420 views. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. Sometimes I start Germany. Enjoy it, Dan. Hit him straight. Thanks for being here, man. Always great. I am from Pennsylvania, dude. I am from Pennsylvania. East side. I'm about an hour north of Philadelphia. My family has lived in the... Shout out Germany. What part of Germany? Dude. Got family ties here to this east coast of Pennsylvania. I did go to college in Pittsburgh. Spent my whole life living in Pennsylvania for now. Until now. I know. Who knows, guys? Maybe one day... Who knows where I'll be coming at you live from. But I am doing this live streaming thing every day. What part of Germany are you from? Dude? Cologne. We had somebody else, somebody who was born and raised in Cologne here earlier today. Very cool. Looks like a beautiful city. Never been, but I've been talking recently about how I want to get to Germany, spend some time there. It's shame. I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say it, guys. The only time I've been through Germany, I didn't spend any time there, so I'd like to go back. Just traveled through Germany. The Kölner Dom. Well, cool, guys. Thanks for sharing that stuff. Are you a sports guy, dude? Do you have a favorite sport, favorite Bundesliga team, or soccer, American football? I'm sorry, football, German soccer, American football, Premier League, anything like that? Interesting. Okay. Are you excited for the what's good, Yassine? Are you excited for the Winter Olympics? Starting in like a month or so. No, it's starting pretty soon. How's it going, Yassine? Where are you coming at us from? Thanks to everybody who has watched this stream today. What's up, Goldberg? Turkey? I've been to Istanbul. See, Gazorpa Gorp, I just had somebody tell me I'm 22, look 22. And then now here you are telling me I'm 50. Coach, I don't know how to... RIP squad, exact. John Madden. You are the type of guy we need up in here. John Madden will be sharing all the stories. All the legendary stories. Turkey. I've been to Istanbul. My sister spent some time. Maybe she's in the chat still here. You meant 5. Honored to meet you, John Madden. How do you feel about being portrayed by Nicolas Cage? I'm hyped to see that. South Sukon? What's South Sukon? I mean, I've heard of South Sudan. Oh, come. All right, you got me. All right, congrats, John Madden. Would John Madden? You got congrats. At least I said Sukon. I'm like, yeah, I got Jeremy. I'm so with you. It's like I want to buy Madden. He got me. He got me, guys. He got me. He did. He drew it up purpose. I'm like, give him credit though. Give him credit. Credit where credit is due. Got me. He got me there, guys. It's all good. I'm like, South Sudan? Is that's a, he couldn't have, it didn't look like a typo. I am very American. That is true. And proud of it. Dolly, Winston, welcome. Where are you coming from? This is why he's a Raiders legend. Facts, Jeremy. Facts. Just Raiders legend. I guess people did love playing for the Raiders back in the day, right? What part of Australia, Winston? Welcome. The Raiders legend. Guys, you're making me hungry. I just ate a couple cheese sticks. You saw, like, now you guys are talking about Donair. Western Australia. What's good? What's good, Moody? Mad Eye, Moody? The Raiders are just so bad as a team. They're so atrociously bad. Like, they might be... the Raiders are so atrociously bad as a team. And it's been decades now. Like, decades. What's up, Jane? How are you? Where are you coming at? What part of India are you coming at us from? Yeah, the Raiders are just so bad, and it's crazy to like. They're still owned by the same family, Mark Davis. You know, but and Al Davis was so ahead of his time. Al Davis was so ahead of his time. You know, they won like, what was it, 3 or 4 Super Bowls back in the day? Now they haven't been to this. I mean, they went to the Super Bowl in what year was that? 2002? Got a big brain here, DV Jane. Big brain. Big on connections. Appreciate everybody being here. Guys, I think this is one of our most watched live streams of all time, so I really appreciate it. Got tons of energy and momentum here. Headed into 2026. Hope I'm here to help everybody, establish goals, achieve them, all that good stuff. All that good stuff. You'll see me here every day. You're always welcome. Don't talk politics, though, DV Jane. That's one thing. Your boss was a Raiders fan? So you never took him seriously. I hear you. Yeah, I don't know. I've never watched a Kai Cenat stream. I might have seen. You guys can tell me what it's like, but I would probably much prefer that over being tortured. Prefer that over torture, almost certainly. What's good? What's good, bro? Hawk Nithu. Trae Young is going to get traded this year, guys, they're saying. Okay, Hawk. I mean, you can say whatever you want, Hawk, but thanks for the suggestions. Look at this ESPN highlight headline. Oh shoot. This ESPN headline's totally disrespecting the Eagles facing the Texans this postseason. Broncos, Seahawks. Good luck, Solak, on these three elite defenses. Where are the Eagles? What about the Eagles? I don't know, Jeremy. I would want Trey. I still would. Am I crazy for that? I think that's now. I'm biased, right? As a Sixers fan, like my greatest memory of Trey Young was them knocking the Sixers out of the playoffs when they were pretty big underdogs, and that was like one of the Sixers' years. I mean, hey, it's good for the Eagles. The Eagles in the city of Philadelphia like loves being disrespected. So, I mean, I'm not no disrespect. Obviously, I know the Texans, Broncos, and Seahawks. They all have great defenses, but the Eagles is right there with them. I mean, the Eagles would not be in the position they're in without an elite defense. The offense, we've been having this conversation a lot recently. The Eagles have a mediocre offense, despite being the all-time NFL's highest-paid offense. Their offense is not the strength of their team. It's the defense. It's the strength of their team. They'd be nowhere. They wouldn't be in the playoffs without their defense. I'll say it. Wouldn't even be in the playoffs without the D. So, plus, I think personnel-wise, top to bottom, Eagles might have the best defense. Plus, with a Vic Fangio, it's been amazing since he's been the defensive coordinator here. I think they had one of the top defenses in the league last year too. I don't know. They're saying Trae Young's going to get traded. Does anybody want Trae Young? I think they do. I think so. I haven't seen him play much this year though. Guess he's not having a good. I guess he hasn't even been playing. What's good, SG? Why do you want to know that, SG? Most of the times you'll see me, I'll be sitting down here. Although, who knows what happens in the future. Really, Jeremy. See, that's what I think a lot of people are. Seattle to Portland, I don't know. I don't know why. I guess I've been talking about Seattle a lot. The poor algo's like super, super, super confused about my identity. I mean, like the advertising algo / doom scroll algo has no idea what to do. I don't know who else would have the best. They just, as Dad says, they just don't. They just don't use the offense right. It's facts. Facts. All right, yeah, I guess I can see your point, Jeremy, as to why people might not want Trae Young. You know, like I can see it. I guess like there's only one Steph Curry. A poor man Steph Curry is not a guy you want to build your team around. I just will always remember when they beat the. I guess it's more Ben Simmons, Joel Embiid. Sixers got another game tonight. They can try to make up for their horrendous loss against the Nuggets. It's true. That's a good point, Jeremy. It's like the Eagles' weapons are insane. We've been talking about like the Eagles' wide receiver combo has been known as one of the best wide receiver combos in the league. You know, Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. Dan Chikowski has said that they are still the top wide receiver duo in the league. Are they? Are they? Anybody have any other ideas? I was saying Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams could be. Or, what's good, Michael Mueller? We just had somebody in the chat from Cologne. I wonder if they're still here. We would kill for Saquon or Devontae or AJ, and Hurts has all three. Yeah, but here's the thing: it's not Jalen Hurts. It's not Jalen Hurts' offense. He is the quarterback. He is the leader, but it's not his offense. You know, Kevin Patullo might be the most criticized coordinator of a playoff team so far. He's the offensive coordinator for the Eagles. Heavily criticized. Heavily criticized. Their whole Instagram accounts that are just based on Kevin Patullo. Hating Kevin Patullo. It's just, yeah. A little bit of both, Michael Mueller. Up to 112 votes, guys. It looks like Vampires Being Real is falling a little bit behind. Yeah, plus you're right, Jeremy. All the talent they had, plus all the success they've had. You know, they just coming off the Super Bowl. They went to the Super Bowl 2 years before that. But like this Eagles team this year, I mean, they've won uglier than maybe every other team except, I don't know, your Panthers. Like they've won ugly. None of them have been pretty. They've been ugly dubs. Ugly, ugly, ugly dubs, guys. Jalen Hurts, like it might stop a little bit now that Tanner McKee, his backup, played the last game and then they didn't he didn't kill it, basically. But there were people here in Philly calling for Tanner McKee to play this season. This is a year after, not even a full year, like less than a year after Jalen Hurts winning Super Bowl MVP, and people are already calling for the backup. People were already calling for the backup, guys. I saw a graphic and like of the quarterbacks with the most postseason wins. And like WIP did it the day after the Super Bowl. It's just funny. That's not what I'm looking for. Basically, Jalen Hurts. I think Josh Allen might have. Anyway, I could look for the graphic. Most QB playoff wins, active QBs. All right. of guys who are in the playoffs. So Jalen Hurts is 6-3. One of those losses being in the Super Bowl, the other two being to Tampa Bay. I think so. Aaron Rodgers has only been to one Super Bowl, guys. Expedia advertising for me, that makes a little more sense. I've listed like about 30 different places in Europe I want to go. Josh Allen being 7-6 looks like in the playoffs. My point being, Jalen Hurts has playoff experience. 6 wins in the playoffs. I mean, that's more wins in the playoffs than the Dallas Cowboys have in probably the last 25 years, or how long? How many years does it take that? So I've always been a Jalen Hurts guy. I think he's a solid, disciplined team leader. Yeah, he gets criticized for being a game manager, but I've talked about this before. It's like that is the role of the quarterback, is to manage the game. And if you are thinking about managing the game, Jalen Hurts has many of the traits that you're looking for in a quarterback. So it's all. At the same time here, though, guys, they lose to the 49ers. They're going to be up in arms here in Philly, desperate to get rid of Jimmy Clausen. I think Mel Kiper was a big Jimmy Clausen fan out of Notre Dame. Was he the same year as? He was the same year. Was he the same year as Stafford? He came out the same year as some other highly touted quarterback. We'll look that up. He came out the same. I think it might have been Stafford. It's 38. 2010 NFL draft. Sam Bradford. Okay, it wasn't the Stafford draft. Sam Bradford. Were there any good quarterbacks in this draft? Jimmy Clausen. He couldn't have had any. Did he have any? That's the thing with with Philadelphia, though. Wow, that's crazy, though. Philadelphia still has their boy, Brandon Graham. Still came back out of retirement this year. 2010 NFL draft. That was the year I graduated high school, guys. Earl Thomas. Jason Pierre-Paul. I think he came back this year too. So still decent amount of guys. It's a lot. Trent Williams still playing out there in San Fran. Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow was the second. That was Tebow's draft. Tebow was the second quarterback drafted after Sam Bradford. And there's our boy Jimmy Clausen. I guess there was not the best quarterback draft. I mean, Sam Bradford was all right. Colt McCoy, not the best QB class. Mike Kafka, Eagles legend. I don't think he had any. Don't think he had any. The Panthers could have had Gronk. Oh, you're saying Gronk was in that draft? Wow. I guess every team passed on Gronk. He was drafted in the second round. Is Gronk best tight end of all time? Tarun? No. Well, I've been out to L.A., but it's been a minute. I've been out to L.A., but it's been a minute since I've been there. Jamal, welcome back, man. How's your day going, Jamal? Oh my God, Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan might be like the greatest, greatest difference between playing talent and front office capability. Tarun, I've not been to Hollywood. No, I would burn. I would most likely burn, skin and soul. Who were the worst? Oh, well, who were the worst? Like Michael Jordan would always like fall in love with guys after he watched them in the tournament. I love the Philippines, Nuke boy. Um, Philippines got love for me. I got love for the Philippines in terms of international. Internationally, the Philippines like this channel mainly because of our basketball videos that we've made. So I got nothing but love for the Philippines. They're big basketball fans, NBA basketball fans over in the Philippines. Got nothing but love. Favorite dinner? Frank Kaminsky. Big Frank the Tank. He's a great college player. It's like that's he would fall in love with like that. Exactly. Frank Kaminsky, like perfect example. Michael Jordan would watch the college basketball tournament. Bulls are big there, and so are the Lakers. Exactly. So you're from the Philippines, Nuke boy? Nuke boy, we've been having this debate over this week. Who is more impactful as a sports star? Michael Jordan or Cristiano Ronaldo? So you're not from the Philippines, but you are there. All right, where are you from then, if you don't mind sharing? My favorite dinner? I guess I like a lot. I don't know, chicken parm. I love chicken parm. Steak, cheeseburgers, pizza. Those are my favorite foods. Classic stuff, I guess. Not too. I mean, I like a lot of different foods. Frank Kaminsky. Who'd they lose to? Did Frank Kaminsky lose to the Anthony Davis Kentucky team? I would say marinara, Dan. I'm not opposed to the vodka sauce. Appreciate it, Michael Mueller. Appreciate you joining us from Germany. I'm trying to remember. Frank Kaminsky, they went all the way to the finals, did they not? What, did they not go all the way? Okay. I don't think it was the Anthony Davis team then, if it was 24-15. Looks like Frank Kaminsky knew Michael Jordan when he was a young boy, when he was growing up. Okay, they lost to Duke. All right, I was off. I mean, they might have beat Kentucky. They might have beat one. I don't know. I mean, that was a hell of a run. They lost to, it looks like they lost to Duke. And you're right, it might have been the Jahlil Okafor team. Jeez, did Jahlil Okafor win a national championship? Grayson Allen was on that Duke team. Justice Winslow, Tyus Jones. Well, you should like and subscribe anyway, Nuke Boy. I don't accept those terms, but I don't know. California? Okay, that's the thing. Okay, that was why I remembered Kentucky. That was a sick, nasty Kentucky team. Okay, there you go. It is on the screen. You're right. That team was so good. The Harrison twins. One of the best teams ever one of the best teams ever that didn't win the national championship, almost certainly. My first guess is California there, Nuke Boy. I don't know. Where else? Arizona, New Mexico? How about New Mexico? Based on the nuclear tests out there. And then I'll say Hawaii, based on the nuclear tests that we've done in the Pacific. I don't know. Those are 4. Four guesses. Willie, I forgot about Willie. Oh, dude, that team was so loaded. Willie Cauley-Stein, freak of nature. I mean, that guy is so. How did that Calipari, like, great recruiter, lacking a little on the X's and O's. Not, I mean, no disrespect, John Calipari, but to take that team and, I mean, that team is like it's literally loaded with NBA players, and you lose to Frank Kaminsky. Now, Frank Kaminsky's NBA player, great, good player. That's just, I mean, that's one of the best, most loaded college basketball rosters of all time. That's why I was remembering Kentucky. We got the college basketball tournament coming up a couple months, guys. Psyched for that. It's my favorite, maybe, I've said it, maybe my favorite sporting event. No. Okay. I mean, you just gave it away, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, right? Right, DeLorean? Just giving it away? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You from Oregon, man? Portland, Oregon? Would that be the dangerous city? Yellow Ducks? I don't know what other yellow ducks there are. But I said California is closer to Oregon than Arizona, no? You know? Appreciate everybody. Appreciate all you guys. Thanks for being here today. I go live every morning this week. So you've given hints that a lot of gun violence here. I don't know. Well, I'll think. I only guessed. Well, I guess you can include Oregon's the 5th guess, so I got 5 more guesses. A lot of gun violence there. Illinois, you from Chicago? No, that's not a guess. Can be. Sure. Illinois? How's Illinois for a guess? I mean, I love the Bryce Young. Taysom Hill has 3. That can't be right. Kenny Pickett with 2 wins? What? I mean, they must be giving some of these backup. They must be including. Taysom Hill won 3 games. I like Bryce Young I root for Bryce Young. I root for Bryce Young because you know I root for Bryce Young because the guy's like 5'10" or whatever. You know, you, you like to see guys who are of you know that stature succeeding, propelling their teams to the playoffs, as Jeremy said. I don't know. Do the Lions move on from Jared Goff? What do you mean physically imposing? Do you mean most physically imposing? You're like in terms of like athleticism? It's not slander if it's true, right? I do gotta worry. I do gotta concern myself with the slander and libel laws. Nuke Boy, black in the logo is Steelers. I don't know. Kansas City? I don't know. Those aren't guesses. They're not guesses, guys. 500 views on our live stream today. Thank you guys so much for joining. Really appreciate everybody here. I was asking the question before. So Jalen Hurts separated himself from this group. If Bryce Young is 6'4" and kept all of his athletic ability, he's top tier. And the Rams are waking up scared. Before last season, right? Jalen Hurts. So there's a list of these. These guys are all in the same boat. I'll list them out. Burrow, Goff, Jimmy G, and Brock Purdy. They're all in the same boat. Those guys are all quarterbacks who have been to the Super Bowl but haven't won. Now, I was asking people the question last year. Jalen Hurts was in that category last year. Would you rather have Jalen Hurts or Jared Goff or Brock Purdy? That was the question I was asking people last year before Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl with the Eagles last season. And my answer has always been Jalen Hurts. I'd rather have Jalen Hurts than any of those guys. Maybe not Joe Burrow, but at the same time, it's what's going on with Cincinnati? There are 2 or more QBs on the list that are on your... I said Cali. So, Jeremy, you'd put Allen, Lamar, and Mahomes in their own tier. You don't think Joe Burrow deserves a spot in that tier? What about my boy Jalen Hurts? You don't think he deserves a spot in that tier? Devin Lark, what are you saying nah to? So I already guessed California, Nuke Boy. My next guess will be Ohio. How about Ohio? Because that way we got Joe Flacco, quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals. Got Joe Burrow, also quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals. So that's 2. Ohio. What's good, Devin Lark? What are you saying no to? So you're saying, all right, let's look at these tiers. I'll come up with another guess in a second, Nuke Boy. Said I was close with Arizona with the Yellow Ducks. Like, what kind of hint was that? Now, you're just trying to throw me off there. So Jeremy's tiers are Allen, Lamar, and Mahomes. See, I would put Mahomes in his own tier. Just because Mahomes, in my opinion, is the GOAT. I think he's the best quarterback ever. Tom Brady, he won't. He doesn't. It's geography, not geology. You said I was close with Arizona, bro. I say Mahomes is kind of in his own tier. Because, like, he's the only one that could make, like, a GOAT argument for. Like, Lamar and Josh Allen are... And I'd put Lamar, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow in the next tier in terms of elite capabilities with lack of postseason success. Then you got Hurts, Herbert, Burrow, Purdy, Caleb... Maybe Love. Interesting you put Caleb in there. I think Caleb Williams has really impressed me this season. I used to be a guy who was like, Caleb Williams is a bust, prematurely calling him a bust. But it seems like he's pretty good. I would say I would definitely put him in that tier. I don't know. Jordan Love, I think I put Drake May above Jordan Love. What about T-Law? My uncle Dan Flynn, if he sees me not putting Trevor Lawrence in this tier, I don't know, he's jumping back on the street. You know, he's got the Jags hype train a rolling. All right, Nuke Boy, you want me to go through all 50? Like, is it a question of whether or not I can name all 50 states? Like, I can. If that's the challenge. I mean, you said I was close with Arizona. And then... Anyway, it's all good. Oh, Maryland. Duh. Crab cakes and football. That's what Maryland does. I don't know. You don't got any... I guess you... Crab cakes and football, that's what Maryland does? Do love me some Maryland crab cakes. Got love for the state of Maryland from PA. All right, cool. What part of Maryland? You from Baltimore area? Eastern Shore? Hagerstown? More out west? I've got a lot of family in Virginia area, Northern Virginia, so I've been driven through Maryland a whole lot over the years. Love Maryland. Great state. Great state of Maryland. Have to spend more time. Maryland crab cakes are great, and they hit different. Agreed. Appreciate the subscriptions, guys. You guys are the best. It really means a lot to me. Thanks for sticking around. I'm here. I go live every morning around 9:30 this week. Gonna stick with that. So I'm big on I love geography, guys. Love geography. Great golf. Yeah, Dan Jakowski and I have taken some golf trips to Maryland. Inner Harbor, Baltimore. My grandfather went to Johns Hopkins University. So I've been to a lacrosse game at Johns Hopkins University. I do. Camden Yards is cool. I've only been to one game at Camden Yards, but it was super cool. I'd like to go again, go back. It's not that far from me here. I'm coming from Pennsylvania here, Nuke Boy. I'm about an hour north of Philly. I'm in kind of an interesting spot, and like I'm near Philly, but also like not crazy far from New York City, or New York is what I live really close to New Jersey. Like I live very close to the Delaware River, which separates New Jersey and Pennsylvania. So very close to New Jersey. Not too far from New York. Not too far from Philly. Orioles, I like what the Orioles are doing this offseason. They're going for it. They signed Pete Alonso. I don't know what the Mets are doing. I think I've questioned what the Mets are doing. Question what the Yankees are doing. There's a new order in baseball. The Dodgers are the team to beat. That's going to be the case for who knows. Maybe as long as Shohei is around and they're whatever media or whatever group owns them. Friedman's doing a great job running the team. I mean, the Dodgers are the new evil empire, guys. And that's like, we've had this conversation before. It's like, it's almost tough. It's like the Phillies, my team, the Philadelphia Phillies, like they're in a little bit of a tough boat. Like, you know, they cannot, I don't know if they cannot or will not. They're not going to spend with the Dodgers, you know, but then it's like, how do you compete with them if you can't spend with them? And so then it's like, there's the question, are they trying to win a championship or are they just trying to like get in? Red Sox are your baseball team? I was thinking about that, Jeremy, because you guys got football. I wonder, yeah, you got football, hockey, and basketball professionally there in Charlotte, but no professional baseball team. Red Sox are your team? Appreciate it, Nuke Boy. You are good at what you do a lot of, and you'll see me doing a lot of live streaming. I've been live streaming pretty much since August of last year, guys. Pretty much as soon as I didn't even realize there was the whole 50 sub threshold, but I started live streaming shortly after that. So, I've been doing it a lot. I appreciate it, Nuke Boy. Appreciate you coming at us live from the Philippines. That's awesome. Like I said, internationally, got a lot of Filipino love. Red Sox, have you ever been to a game at Fenway, Jeremy? Have you ever been up to Boston? My sister went to college in Boston, so went to a few, and I had a bunch of friends who went up there. Charlotte Knights, who were they an affiliate of? I love Boston. I was not the biggest fan of Fenway, though. I liked like the outside of the stadium and like the street that's there, but sorry, Fenway, I was not the biggest fan when I was there. Yeah, I really recommend Boston, Jeremy. It's one of my favorite cities. It's really cool. A lot of history. We talk about history. Chicago White Sox affiliate of. What's good, Caden? Yeah, the White Sox. I don't know. That's another. They're not the in terms of solid organizations. Not one of the stronger organizations in baseball. Vampires are real. Well, apparently it's a hot topic, and I didn't even really realize. It's just I guess that goes on theme. I think I saw Ted too. It's been a minute though. I'm pretty sure I saw Ted too. I did not realize it was so closely contested. I'm going to take a picture of that. It's 51-49. Whole bunch of history up there in Boston. You got graves from like the 1600s and stuff. I'm trying to remember. Founding before the founding fathers. Boston Tea Party. I mean, really Caden, Alaska. What part of Alaska? Welcome from Alaska, Caden. Anchorage. We did have somebody here yesterday from Anchorage. Was that you? I'm sorry if I don't remember. I gotta plug. Hello? Hello? Thank you guys. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Thanks for looking out. I don't know what I did. Maybe I just pulled out the cord. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for looking out. You guys are the best. I think it is gnome. Dan, I'm like, when you said sound check, I'm like, gnome? Is there some? Did I say it with a G or something? I'm like wondering if I said the name wrong. No, Dan, I wanted to see that, dude. I wanted to see that. Hasn't anybody in the chat seen that? I am from a medium place, Caden. I'm from Pennsylvania, where there are, right now it's cold, although today, great movie. I remember seeing like the trailers for that movie on like VHS. All right, I gotta watch that. That's a must. That's become a quick. I guess it wasn't VHS days. $65. Oh, I'm jealous. Jealous. So you believe in? I don't. Well, no, nothing crazy about it. You don't gotta worry. You're not. All right, appreciate it, Nuke Boy. Looking forward to seeing you again, man. Appreciate it. Negatives up there, Caden. Well, gee, I mean, that's tough though. You guys are tough. The Fourth Kind. I gotta watch this. It's not even, God. It's a must watch. Come back, Nuke Boy. I'll remember that you're from Maryland, living in the Philippines. And we don't... So that quiz will take a lot less time next time. What is the movie? I think it's like a paranormal. I mean, it was before Paranormal Activity, right? But it's definitely like a sci-fi type paranormal stuff. But it's... Appreciate it, Caden. Appreciate it. I think you guys are very cool too. I've also seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Jeremy. I watched that all the way back in high school as like a critical viewing class. Right, Dan? It's a mockumentary, but it's not like mock, it's a mockumentary, right? It's presented as a documentary, but not actually a documentary. And I think it's about paranormal / maybe alien activity up in Alaska, up in Nome, Alaska. B-Wall is clamped today. He says hello. Insomnia. That's another one, Dan. Al Pacino and Robin Williams. Your dad said he saw a UFO once hovering over the Prudhoe Bay, but that was when you were young. Merch is coming soon, Dan Flynn. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. So, guys, yeah, like once I hit 500 subscribers and a whole bunch more watch hours, then we'll have a store up on the YouTube channel. So definitely by then we'll have merch. But Dan Flynn, I'm going to send you some stuff ahead of time. Don't worry. Right, we only have 2 pieces of merch, and they were like B-Wall made that happen. And he's been, I mean, we're going to put out merch, guys. Some Jags themed merch, possibly. Yeah, now I remember why. I'm telling you, I almost think it was a VHS. I wonder, are they going to get mad at us if we watch the trailer here on stream? I don't know. Appreciate everybody being here today, guys. We go live every day, approximately 9:30 a.m. Thanks for all the votes. I'm shocked it's so darn close. Right now, no has it, but just barely. Right now, the no has it, but just barely. No way. No way this stream has lasted longer than an entire cricket match. There just ain't no way. There ain't no way. Plus, guys, I mean, I think we only had a couple like minor interruptions. Only one bio break, a couple cat induced breaks. Appreciate you guys being here, Jeremy. Appreciate all the awesome contributions. Everybody. Caden, welcome. Dan Flynn, Dan Chakowski, you guys are the best. Welcome back, Rahul. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Jeremy, I know, man. First day, baller status. Literally baller status. T20 match is almost 3.5 hours or 4 hours. Is this the T20 World Cup right now happening in India that I heard about? Guys, Rahul, I was saying yesterday, you make up a team, an all-American team of the best baseball players, and they immediately become the best cricket team in the world. Is that craziness? Sorry to my cricket fans out there. Sorry to my cricket fans out there, but I don't know. I think it would be interesting to see like India versus the MLB All-Stars in cricket. You know? I know that I don't know. I would watch that. I would watch that. I don't know. The cricket fans might be a little upset with me for pitching that idea, though. Guys, we got some Premier League games starting here momentarily. Fulham versus Chelsea. Is that a derby? Is Fulham a London squad? I think Fulham is a London squad. At Craven Cottage. That's where's Craven Cottage? Or is Fulham a place? Okay, Fulham, West London. All right. See, I got it, guys. We got Fulham, Chelsea at Craven. Fulham, Chelsea's at Craven Cottage. A couple London squads up against it. Brentford, Sunderland. Crystal Palace, Aston Villa. All right, guys. We had a lot of Birmingham people here. Of course, we've got Man U fans in the chat. No, I will, Dan. I know. I'm sure it's probably insane. I appreciate it, Rahul. It's just like, 90 miles per hour is slow to an MLB player. That'd be like a meatball status. That'd be like they're waiting for something to come right down the middle. They're looking for 90. They'd love to see 90. London has approximately 17 professional men's football clubs, more than any other city globally, playing across England's top 2 leagues. Arsenal, Chelsea, Tottenham. I didn't know Millwall was from London. QPR, Wimbledon. Jeez, that's... It's not deep. Is squash played 1-on-1 or two on? Can squash be played 2-on-2? Fast bowlers can target your head. So you're allowed to headhunt in cricket? That won't get you thrown out of the game? All right, guys, we got a lot of Premier League to look forward to. Still got a Deacon Jones video to finish making here. We are gonna call our stream for the day here shortly, guys. I think at some point. Really appreciate everybody being here. I appreciate all you guys. Appreciate everyone a whole lot. Looking for maybe. I mean, that'd be cool. I'd be cool with a Panthers upset for Jeremy. I'd be it'd be the shock of the week. I haven't heard any. I've been saying I haven't heard anybody saying the 49ers are going to win. I haven't heard anybody say the Panthers are going to win. That'd be cool. Thanks for everybody who voted in our poll. Are vampires real? 121 votes. Guys, that's the most votes we've had by a lot. So appreciate all you guys. Stephen A's telling Josh Allen, it's your time. I don't know, Jags have something else to say about that? That's what I'm saying, Rahul. I think it'd be cool. I think that'd be great it'd honestly be good for both sports to do like a MLB All-Stars cricket exhibition. I think it'd be dope. So, all right, guys, we're gonna call our stream here today. You guys are the best. Really looking forward to tomorrow. I'll be back on tomorrow around 9:30 a.m. Been running this long stream. Guys, we are going to come back to doing an evening stream as well. Probably next week it will begin. Get your goodbyes in, everybody. Appreciate everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for all the great comments, contributions, great chats. Looking forward to hearing from everybody again in the future. I agree, Dan Flynn. It's like the Bills. It's like they're the 6th seed, though. They're under all this pressure, and they're the 6th seed. Thank you, Clarks. Thanks for being here, guys. You guys are the best. Later, Jeremy. Thanks for being here, man. Hope to talk to you again. So, peace out, everybody. Have a great rest of your day. I'll be on tomorrow. Have a great day, guys. Peace out.